member for Sarnia Lambton will now lead us in the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand embrasse et porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Hear, hear.
Let the doors be open till news they call. Déclaration des députés, statements by members. À l'ordre, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, we thought the Prime Minister had appointed a Liberal Minister of Heritage, but what we saw yesterday was that he actually appointed a Minister of Liberal Heritage. And what is a liberal heritage? Well, it's sponsorships, it's Option Canada, it's the refusal to recognize that Quebec is a distinct society. A liberal heritage is contempt for French Quebec. If we're opposed to multiculturalism, we're racist. If we want a secular Quebec, we're racist. If we want a French Quebec, we're racist. If we want newcomers to become integrated, well, we're accused, Mr. Speaker, of we're defining ourselves based on color. A liberal heritage means insulting all those who do not think like liberals. A liberal heritage is trampling on Quebec to score points in English Quebec. Well, enough is enough. The best way to integrate newcomers is to be able to communicate with them. French in Quebec does not divide, it unites, and we're proud of that.
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the life of one of the most prominent residents of Don Valley West, Edna Benj, who died a few weeks ago at the wonderful age of 98. An East York icon, a longtime city councillor, an inspiring activist, Edna followed in the tradition of strong Leaside women like Agnes MacPhail, making a difference in our community right until she died. Edna served as a leader with numerous agencies, primarily those concerned with housing, seniors and youth, including the Toronto Council on Aging, East Metro Youth Services, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Children's Aid, and Stay at Home in Leaside. Among the many awards and honors she received, in 1994, Edna was the first recipient of the Agnes MacPhail Award, which honored and celebrated her citizenship and her leadership. Edna was a force of nature. To her son Don and daughter Jean, I offer not condolences, but thanks. Thanks for sharing this remarkable woman with Toronto, Ontario, and Canada. She'll never be forgotten.
The Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember a former colleague and friend, Peter Calamai, an old-school, fastidiously articulate journalist journo, a self-described ink-stained wretch. Peter covered City Hall, foreign conflict, science and literacy beats, and was recognized for his in-depth work with 3 national newspaper awards, a Governor-General's, a Michener, Order of Canada, and an honorary doctorate. Covering Africa out of Nairobi for Southern Papers, he hosted, with Mary, great dinners for itinerant hacks, with updates on his performances with the local opera company. Named a master bootmaker by the Sherlock Holmes Society, friends eagerly awaited his annual Christmas letter in Dr. Watson's voice, detailing that year's travels of Peter and his beloved Dame Mary. In recent retired years, Peter was a driving force in establishing a foreign correspondent fellowship in the name of his predeceased friend, Jim Travers. Regrettably, Mr. Calamai, your turn for tributes. Rest in peace.
Well said. Honourable member for Niagara Centre.
The people of Niagara Centre have lost an incredible talent. Mr. Speaker, Frank Cernak enjoyed a successful radio broadcasting career of over 50 years. Much of that time spent with CHL Radio in the cities of Welland and Port Colborne. Frank's distinctive, calm, and soothing voice guided a generation through many events, including the blizzard of '77. Frank and a few others stayed on the air throughout the entire weekend, the worst of the storm, providing such needed updates to the many thousands of people affected throughout the Niagara region. While he may have been known for his voice, Frank was beloved for his selfless dedication to our entire community. A frequent volunteer, Frank was a sought-after master of ceremonies, giving his time to the many community events such as the Rose Festival in the city of Welland. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and our prayers are with Rose, Frank's wife of over 60 years, and all of his many family and friends. While Frank may have left us, the legacy, his modesty, his kindness, wit, and his charm will not soon be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
I'm energized after being home in Windsor-Tecumseh with young women who aren't discouraged by big issues with no quick fix. They understand the powers within each of us to collectively make the profound changes we see needed. Jada Malott, Mira Gillis, Maya McHale, Gabby Wilkinson, thank you for standing up against exploitation, hunger, pain, and violence. Don't stop, because so many don't yet have a strong voice. In the twilight of January 17th, I was in Dieppe Park, where on both shores of the Detroit River, Canada and the U.S. together held a vigil of light and love for the women we've lost, and silent resolve to end violence against women. Thank you for your initiative, Michelle Manwaring and Pat Papadakis, and to Terry Weymouth, Anuja Varani, and Irene Moore-Davis, thank you for being both trailblazers and pathfinders. When we work to end violence against women, we address many problems facing society. It takes love and courage. Together, we are better.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
I rise to boast about a Canadian rising tennis star. 18-year-old Bianca Andreescu was born in Mississauga and trained at the Ontario Racket Club. Here's what she accomplished in just 1 month. She started 2019 by defeating two tennis giants, Caroline Wozniacki and Venus Williams, and eventually reaching her first WTA final at the ASB Classic in New Zealand. A week later, she won her first ever Grand Slam match at the Australian Open. And now, this past Sunday, Bianca won her first ever WTA title at the Newport Beach Tournament in California. Mr. Speaker, 4 weeks ago, she was ranked 152nd in the world. Today, she's surged to number 67. She is now Canada's #1 women tennis player. Mississauga and all of Canada are incredibly proud of Bianca. Her impressive skills and her achievements are just the beginning. Go, Bianca, go.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome to 2019, when the budget was supposed to be able to balance itself for those who still believe in liberal promises. The Prime Minister has said yes to all possible spending options, and all he's had to do with a stroke of the pen is just spend everyone's money. But Canadians are going to have to pay this back soon. There are going to be increases in taxes. There's going to be decreases in tax credits for transit. And there are going to be increases in prices for everything. 45% of Canadians are $200 away from the brink, and yet the government wants to tax more just to make up for its mistakes. Let's just forget about another mandate. This government now is going to need another 8 to balance the budget. It can't be balanced till 2040 if it stays in power. Mr. Speaker, Canadians were fooled once, but they won't be fooled again.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to commemorate a special birthday in my riding. HoC International Performing Arts Festival is a signature event in Vancouver's arts and culture sector, celebrating its 15th anniversary this month. Since 2003, HoC has gone from a 3-show series drawing 2,500 people to 21 performances at 3 Vancouver venues, drawing international audiences with its thought-provoking program. Every January, this unique multidisciplinary festival promotes diversity, inclusion, and creativity while providing performers with an outlet to push the limits of their art. This is all thanks to founder Norman Almore, whose bold vision has guided HoC to its place today. In the last 2 years, federal government has given HoC $1 million to ensure its success. On this important milestone, I wish HoC all the best in the many years ahead with more extraordinary entertainment that continues to challenge artistic boundaries. Excuse me, guys.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to rise today to recognize the important contributions of the Tamil community in Canada. Earlier this month, Tamil Canadians celebrated Thai Pongal, which is a 4-day festival to give thanks at the end of the harvest season.
Celebrates peace and abundance when families gather to enjoy rice pudding. January is also Tamil Heritage Month, a time to highlight the role of Tamil Canadians in our collective success. Recently, I attended events hosted by the Canadian Tamil Congress and the National Council of Canadian Tamils, both located in my riding of Scarborough North. They remind us that this year also marks the 10th anniversary of the end of the Sri Lankan Civil War, which affected many in Canada's Tamil diaspora. Their stories are a stark reminder of the need for lasting peace and reconciliation. Nandri Vanakkam.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals said that they bought the Trans Mountain Pipeline to guarantee construction would start in 2018, but the money instead just went to build American pipelines. They claim that they didn't kill Northern Gateway, as if the minister didn't even know that a ministerial order had been signed and that there was a shipping ban. They claim that the company just decided on its own not to build Energy East, and that it wasn't because of regulatory changes. And now, following an Alberta production curtailment and another new round of energy industry layoffs imminent, this government refuses to pull Bill C-69. All Alberta wants is for this government to stop making things worse, stop killing projects, stop dreaming up new ways to kill future projects, stop insulting construction workers, stop the empty platitudes, and instead of saying that their hearts go out to Alberta, just apologize, or better still, kill Bill C-69.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Buzzing in Charlottetown these days. Earlier this month, Charlottetown's Urban Beehive project by 9 Yard Studio was presented with a medal under the Community Initiatives Award category at the 2018 National Urban Design Awards. Local architects Shalon Murray and Silva Stoyak created demonstration beehives that encourage a hands-on approach to bee education, allowing the public to see how honey is being produced and to learn all about pollination and the industry of beekeeping. The hives are housed in Charlottetown's largest urban garden, the PEI Farm Centre. Visitors can safely observe the bees working away in their hives through plexiglass windows, and a hexagonal-shaped amphitheatre allows for even more learning opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I extend my congratulations to the Charlottetown Urban Beehive Project for receiving this prestigious award. It's a great example of how design can play an important role in our community, our development, and our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I was pleased to welcome the Parliamentary Secretary for Crown Indigenous Relations to my riding. We traveled to Norman Wells to celebrate the signing of the self-government agreement in principle with the Norman Wells Land Corporation. This is a significant step for the Norman Wells, Dene and Métis to transfer authority for lawmaking and enforcement to those areas that are important to their rights as Indigenous peoples. Entrenching this authority is important for future generations of the Sahtu as well as for Canadians. We are building government-to-government relationships with Indigenous people based on respect and understanding. This is what real reconciliation looks like. We need to keep working towards finalizing land claims and self-government agreements, not only because they strengthen local participation in decision-making, but because they also create certainty about the ownership, use, management of land and resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, it's my great honour to rise in the House today to give a well-deserved tribute to HoC. He's known to all of us as a senator, educator, author, champion of the less fortunate, and leader. We know him to be a kind, decent, and honest man whose love for his country and family is unparalleled. As a columnist and political pundit, Hugh always provides a balanced view and profound insight into Canada and our world beyond. His well-deserved awards include the Order of Canada, honorary doctorates from Royal Military College and Queen's University, the Order of Ontario, and the Peace Patron Award. Put simply, Mr. Speaker, Hugh Segal embodies the very best of humanity, and the world desperately needs more Hugh. Today we learned that he is battling cancer. Please know, Hugh, we are praying for you and your family as you continue this fight. We all know cancer can be beaten. If Hugh's history is any indication, it doesn't stand a chance.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Pierre de Banet, a personal friend and one of our own, died on January 9, 2019. I would like to honour his memory and thank him for helping me personally and sharing his wise advice. He was the first Canadian of Lebanese descent to sit in the House of Commons and the Senate over 45 years. His political life included serving in many portfolios under Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Pierre de Banet studied and taught law and passionately defended the French language and his community on the lower St. Lawrence. He was known for his wisdom, and this great man paved the way for other Canadians of Lebanese descent, including myself. My dear colleagues, let us pay tribute to Pierre de Banet. Thank you.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government has a responsibility to provide Canadians with sustainable, affordable, universal, and accessible health care. We have repeatedly heard the Prime Minister declare himself a feminist. Meanwhile, healthcare providers, such as the VON, worry about their ability to provide quality care to seniors in their homes. Seniors' needs are increasingly complex, requiring the services of professionals who are now being forced out of home care into other health sectors because of low pay. This government could demonstrate commitment to its promises by implementing and funding wage parity for healthcare providers. Canadian workers, Canadian seniors, Canadian families, indeed, Canadian women are worth it.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today is Bell Let's Talk Day. 1 in 5 Canadians will experience a mental health issue in their life. Across the country, we're seeing increases in mental health issues, including dementia, suicide, and addictions. We need to feel free to talk about these issues without any stigma and to come with solutions. I want to thank the many people in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton who are working hard to help increase services for those living with a mental health illness. Today, I'm asking MPs to join in the mental health conversation through any and all of your social media channels.
Hear, hear.
For every text message, wireless, and long-distance call made by Bell Canada and Bell Alliant customers, Bell will donate 5 cents more towards Canadian mental health programs.
Hear, hear.
Mental health is a serious priority for Canadians, so let's talk.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, today throughout the country, we're celebrating Bell's Let's Talk Day. Last year, thanks to all those Canadians who raised their voices to break the silence on mental health, Bell raised approximately $1 million that was donated to various organizations. Ressources Anxiété et Troubles Paniques, an organization in Laval, was one of the recipients of the 2018 Bell Let's Talk Community Fund. I had the honor of attending the press conference last week that announced the donation of $21,000 to establish 2 support groups for people suffering from anxiety. This year again, for every text and every hashtag Bell Let's Talk on social media, Bell will be donating 5 cents to various organizations. Together, let's continue this conversation and let's make a difference in the lives of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should have removed his ambassador to China as soon as he interfered in an independent judicial procedure. Instead of that, he showed weakness and had confidence in the ambassador and allowed him to cause more damage when Canadians' lives are at stake. Why did the Prime Minister wait so long before removing his representative? The Honourable Prime Minister. Regarding China, we will stand for the rule of law. We will respect our commitments internationally, and we will always put the security of Canadians first. I would urge the Leader of the Opposition not to make a judgment when it comes to foreign policy on an issue like this, because he is the one who took to pro-Brexit in a very divisive context in the UK.
L'Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that our international partners are quickly losing respect for this Prime Minister. And it's no wonder. After clowning around in India, inviting a convicted terrorist along, he was then forced to accept concession after concession from Donald Trump, all the while managing to anger our partners in Japan and Australia. And now Canadians are paying for his mistakes when it comes to our relationship with China. So once again, why did he show such weakness and wait so long to fire his own ambassador?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On China, we will continue to stand up for the rule of law. We will respect our international obligations, and we will always put the safety of Canadians first. But, Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from that Leader of the Opposition, whose only policy pronouncement on foreign policy has been to come down on one side of the most divisive, destructive debate to happen in the UK for an awfully long time. People will understand if we take no lessons from the Harper Conservatives or from that Conservative on Canada's place in the world.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that Prime Minister came down on the losing side of that debate in the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker. But back to China, Mr. Speaker. For days, this Prime Minister allowed Canada's position to be weakened by having his own personal representative interfere with an independent process, politicizing the issue by giving a briefing in his old political constituency. Why did it take so long for the Prime Minister to fire his ambassador?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite just did it again, coming down clearly on one side of the most divisive foreign policy debate to hit the United Kingdom in a long time. He even boasted about it, saying that he was pro-Brexit before Brexit was cool. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from those members on the matter of Canada's standing in the world and the great work we're doing on foreign policy.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from someone who has boasted about admiring the basic dictatorship of China. After seeing what that government has done for Canadians in that country. But it's not just Business and Foreign Affairs that the Prime Minister is making Canadians pay for his mistakes. We now know that if allowed to continue, the government will raise the carbon tax drastically after the next election. Based on the government's own figures, the carbon tax could rise as high as $3 per ton. So can the Prime Minister, $300 per ton, can the Prime Minister tell Canadians once and for all what the final...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 276 days ago, the Leader of the Opposition promised that he would be delivering a plan to fight...
Order. I can't hear the Prime Minister. I can't hear people speaking. I need to hear them. I need to hear the person who has the floor, I should say. I can hear a lot of people speaking, but I should only hear one at a time, the one who has the floor on either side. And right now, it is the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, 276 days since the member opposite promised a plan to fight climate change, and everyone is still waiting, while we are delivering on a plan that will fight climate change and support families through this transition. That is what we are doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was over 3 years ago that this Prime Minister promised a plan to tackle climate change, and all he's brought in is a carbon tax that is raising the cost of everything for commuters and for households, all the while giving a massive exemption to the country's largest industrial emitters. Now, maybe someone who inherited a family fortune and has never had to worry about money doesn't worry about paying higher costs on fuel and home heating. And now we know that those costs could be as high as $5,000 after the next election. Why is the Prime Minister trying to fool Canadians by giving them a check before the next election and then an ever bigger bill?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You can always tell the Conservatives are on shaky ground when they stoop to making snide personal remarks. The facts of the matter is, and I can even say for the member's own riding and his own province of Saskatchewan, Canadians in Saskatchewan will be $1,300 better off with our plan to fight climate change and make it affordable for Canadians than they would have we not moved forward with our plan to put a price on pollution so that we get less of it. They want to make pollution free again. We are putting a price on it.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
There is a Canada-wide housing crisis. In Outremont, community groups are welcoming people in tears because they can't find housing. Instead of responding to the urgent crisis, the Liberals are using rhetoric. $14 billion in corporate tax giveaways, tax havens popping up everywhere, while Canadian families are living with the crushing family debt. This government has only built 14,700 affordable housing units during their mandate. When will the Prime Minister make everyday Canadians a priority? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm happy to hear or not happy to hear that the NDP is criticizing repairs to existing housing units. We have a plan for the National Housing Strategy that will help a great number of Canadians find housing, more affordable housing. We acknowledge that this is an important issue. It is of concern to us all. Everyone needs housing, and that is exactly why we're investing.
New Westminster, Burnaby.
That statement is unbecoming of a Prime Minister. He knows what he has just said is false. We're talking about a profound crisis. 46% of Canadians are $200 away from financial insolvency. They risk losing a roof over their head. 250,000 Canadians will be homeless at some point this year. If the Prime Minister got out of his limousine and walked a few steps from Parliament Hill, he would meet homeless Canadians. More than 30,000 Canadians will be sleeping in parks and main streets of our country tonight in frigid temperatures. What is the Prime Minister going to do to help them now?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Member Opposite, for giving us an opportunity to talk about how we are going to help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. With our new national strategy on housing, we know, the new national housing plan, we know that reducing homelessness by 50% is something that we can achieve, and we're investing to do that. We know that making sure that millions of Canadians have better security in terms of the places they live is something we're doing right now. We have invested tangibly and concretely over the past 3 years, and yes, we will continue to invest because we know there is much more work to do.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
We have a humanitarian crisis unfolding at Cat Lake, and unfortunately the minister has done squat, and that's a direct quote from the community. To claim he's making enormous strides in a community where 75% of the homes are so badly off they have to be demolished is a staggering disconnect. It's like a slow-moving Katrina at minus 50 degrees, and when children are being medevaced out to emergency wards in distant cities, we need a sense of urgency. So I asked the Prime Minister, will he agree that the situation in Cat Lake is a national disgrace, and will he commit that he will meet with the leaders to find a solution?
Well, Prime Minister.
Speaker, as the member knows, we are committed to working with Cat Lake on housing challenges. There's a meeting taking place today with community leadership. We are developing both an interim and a long-term plan of action. But we are, unlike what the member is saying, making significant progress in the community. We actually lifted the long-term drinking water advisory just this past December. But we know there's lots more to do, and that's why we are continuing to address the community issues in partnership together.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Really? That's his answer to people who are living in squalid conditions at minus 50 together, to pat himself on his back. What a disconnect. You know, the problem is that Cat Lake is the tip of the iceberg, because there are communities across this country that are suffering from the mold crisis. And he appointed his personal friend as minister. And my real deep concern, if the minister can't show any leadership or gumption on a crisis like Cat Lake, how can Indigenous people across this country trust him to stand up on any other issue, him or this Prime Minister?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Over the past 3 years, we have made unprecedented investments in partnership with Indigenous peoples right across this country to reduce and eliminate many long-term drinking water advisories, to invest in housing, to open up new schools, to make sure we're creating more health care, more mental health, more clinics. We are investing in partnership with Indigenous communities right across the country. But as the member so eloquently says, there is much more work to do, and we will continue to invest, to grow, to work in partnership, because there is no relationship more important than that we have with Indigenous peoples.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we've got a deficit of $80 billion. Canadians today are paying more taxes than under the previous Conservative government. And, if you can imagine, yesterday the Liberals and the Prime Minister voted against a motion, a Conservative motion, calling on them to simply table a plan to return to a balanced budget without raising taxes. After the carbon tax, which will cause the price of gas at the pump to go up 60 cents, what other taxes will the Prime Minister slap on Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, Canadians were fed up with the Conservative approach under Harper on the economy, an approach that consisted in giving benefits to more well-off Canadians, and we didn't see economic growth or job creation, and it didn't work for 10 years, and that's why Canadians turned to us. We have invested in communities. We have helped the middle class. And yes, we have cut taxes for the middle class. The average Canadian family has $2,000 more in their pockets than they did under the Harper regime, and we will continue to. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, that's all false. The problem is that the Prime Minister thinks that a budget ballots itself. It's incredible. But the problem is that people are having to pay for these mistakes, these failures, these unbridled expenditures. Who are those people? Workers, entrepreneurs, parents, Canadians. Canadians are paying for this. After the carbon tax, what other taxes will they be imposing on Canadians in order to pay for that unbridled spending? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it disappointing that a Quebec member is not concerned by the fact that his leader promised us over 276 days ago to present a climate plan, and there's no plan to deal with climate change. No plan whatsoever to help Canadian families. No plan to invest in the economy of the future. We know that Quebecers and all Canadians are very concerned by the environment, and that's why we see the opportunity to put a price on pollution, to create good jobs for Canadian families.
Or Carleton.
A February 2017 Finance Canada document to the minister says that after the next election, the carbon tax will have to go up. A 2015 document from Environment Canada says the price could reach as high as $300 a ton. That would translate, based on the government's own figures, into a cost of $5,000 for an average family in the country. Now, the Prime Minister is responsible for being truthful before the election, not just after. How much is the final price of the carbon tax?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We have laid out our plan for the next 4 years that actually puts a price on pollution and ensures that we return to Canadians a greater amount than on average they will pay in terms of putting a price on pollution. That is the commitment we made to Canadians to both fight climate change and make it affordable for people. That is something that the member opposite takes issue with, but perhaps he should take issue with his leader, who has refused to put forward his plan to fight climate change for the past 276 days, even though he promised it.
Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
So now we know the political strategy. They'll give a check of a few $100s before the election, and then a bill of up to $5,000 after the election, when they no longer need voters but still need their money. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's been in office now for well over 3 years, and he still refuses to come clean on the true cost of the carbon tax. So once again, I'll invite him to do so right now. How much is the full and final price of the carbon tax?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as I've crossed this country, I've heard from Canadians who have suffered from the wildfires, from the droughts, from the floods, from the heat waves that Canadians have been suffering because of the increase in extreme weather events. Canadians know we need a plan to fight climate change, and we need to make it affordable for regular people. And that's exactly what our plan does. We are putting a price on pollution because we need less pollution. The Conservatives, other than wanting to make pollution free again, haven't come forward with their plan, despite having promised it 276.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Only a trust fund millionaire who inherited a massive family fortune would accept a $200 check as compensation for a future $5,000 a year bill. Everyday Canadians who have to pay their own bills and work hard for their own money know that that's a ripoff. These same Canadians are only a couple $100s short of failing to pay their bills already. Why won't the Prime Minister be truthful and tell them how much is the final price of his carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians know the price of inaction would be monumental, but we do recognize that we need to build the economy of the future and put a price on pollution in a way that supports regular families in this time. And that's exactly what we're doing by returning money directly to Canadians because we know that supporting families and making life affordable while we fight climate change is essential. The member opposite has no plan to fight climate change, and indeed his leader promised it 276 days ago and still hasn't delivered.
Well, member for Carleton.
Speaker, I have now said 3 times in a row that the carbon tax could rise up to as much as $5,000 based on the government's own figures in the government's own documents. And 3 times he has refused to rule that out. Now, $5,000 is not a lot of money if you've inherited a big family fortune. And therefore, he's not worried about money because he's never had to worry about money. Mr. Speaker, everyday Canadians do worry about their money. Will he tell them the truth? What is the full and final cost of the carbon tax?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the snide personal attacks are all about distracting from the fact that they have no plan for the future of our economy, no plan to fight climate change, no plan to help families through the transforming economy. These are the things that we are focused on. We have been focused on from the very beginning. We lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We delivered a Canada Child benefit that makes a huge difference right across the country, including 16,000 kids in the member opposite's own riding for $48 million a year in the riding of Carleton.
Order. I want my honourable friend, the honourable member for Prince Albert, to know that even though he's a ways off, I can still hear him very clearly, but I prefer to hear him when he has the floor, not when someone else has the floor. I'm not the honourable member for Desnething, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, in northern Saskatchewan, more and more people are becoming homeless or live in houses that are overcrowded or infested with mold. In Hatchet Lake, as many as 20 people are sharing a single home that is unsafe to live in. Instead of taking this crisis seriously, the Liberals only say that more work needs to be done. Northern families can't wait any longer for this Prime Minister to act. Does he have a plan to address the northern housing crisis, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, not only do we have a plan to address that crisis, we started to put it in place years ago. I can highlight that in Budget 2018, we put $600 million towards First Nation housing, $500 million towards Métis Nation housing, and $400 million for an Inuit-led housing plan. We know we need to continue to work to close the unacceptable gap in housing for Indigenous peoples. There is much more to do, but we are acting, not just talking about it. We are delivering for families right across the country, and will continue to work hard to do exactly that.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, there's a First Nations elder in my riding whose house is so riddled in mold that it is a serious health hazard to him and his family. After being approved for a CMHC loan to fix it, he was told that he would have to pay all the costs up front. This is a person that just makes ends meet barely. So because he couldn't pay those costs up front, the loan was canceled and he is now living in that mold-infested house. This Liberal government is failing Indigenous communities. Where is the National Indigenous Housing Strategy?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the situation in Indigenous communities across this country is still dire. That's why we have been investing in it. We have been working in partnership with them, but we recognize there is much more to do. We have eliminated a number of long-term drinking water advisories. We've invested significantly in new housing, but of course there are still many more investments to make, much more work to do. But we are closing the gap. We are helping Indigenous communities right across the country, and we will continue to focus on doing what is right to make sure that everyone has a safe and secure place to live right across the country.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, yesterday all of the Liberal members refused to tell Canadians that they wouldn't raise taxes. So what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, it means that those creators of deficits will be increasing taxes. Can the Prime Minister look Canadians straight in the eyes and tell them exactly by how much they will be raising taxes on for Canadians? Unfortunately, the Conservatives are using fear and falsehoods to make Canadians afraid. The first thing that we did was cut taxes for Canadians. We cut taxes for small businesses by 9%. We've invested in the Canada Child benefit, which gives more money to 9 out of 10 families because we stopped sending the Conservative checks to millionaires. We are going to continue to focus on Canadians and to ensure that we are investing to help them. Canadians are the ones who want to give benefits to the more well-off Canadians. The Honourable Member. Those are falsehoods. In 2015, the Prime Minister promised to wipe out the deficit by 2019, and the Prime Minister has also said that the budget would balance itself. That's not the way things work. In truth, they've run 3 consecutive deficits, very high deficits, and one of these days, a deficit has to be paid back. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians the truth, look them straight in the face, and tell them exactly how much more in taxes they're going to be paying because of these high deficits? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Under 10 years of the Stephen Harper, the Conservatives added $150 billion to the national debt. Under Stephen Harper, for 10 years, they had the lowest growth rate since the Depression. I understand why Canadians wanted a new approach, and that's why they chose the Liberal government, which has invested in our communities, which has provided more money for the middle class. But what do we see, Mr. Speaker? 800,000 new jobs created over 3 years and the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. We are investing in Canadians.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, never before has a government been so mired in ethical scandals as these Liberals. The Prime Minister himself broke ethics laws, Liberal ministers involved in shady cash for access events, and now we've just learned that the former Liberal MP from Brampton East, the same one who has a massive gambling debt, had a huge Liberal fundraiser where he reportedly raised approximately $600,000, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of questions around this fundraiser that so far the Liberals are not answering. Can the Prime Minister tell us, did the Minister for Innovation or any other one of the Liberal ministers...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians have a right to openness and transparency in political fundraising, and that is why we may move forward with new legislation to ensure that political fundraising is done under new, transparent, open rules. We have been doing that for close to a year now. It is time, Mr. Speaker, for the Conservative Party to abide by those rules as well, to talk about who is actually donating to the Conservative Party, who is attending fundraising events with their leader, and making sure they're opening them up to media the way that we are. We are open and transparent in our fundraising. Why are they still being...
Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that was entire fabrication. I know the Prime Minister has problems with the truth, but maybe it's time that he actually came clean with some facts. There are questions around this $600,000 fundraiser. Who went to the fundraiser? Were there ministers in attendance? What happened with over $600,000 that was raised for a Liberal MP with massive gambling debts? Simple questions, simple answers. What's he hiding? Who is he protecting?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I can assure this House that Liberal fundraisers follow all the rules in openness, transparency, and accountability. We actually strengthened those rules. But it is, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives who are continuing to hold fundraisers in secret, continuing to keep from Canadians who is donating, how much, who is attending. We have invited the media to attend our fundraisers. They're still being secretive about their fundraising. Canadians want to know who's paying for the Conservative Party of Canada.
Honourable Member for Order. I didn't know we had owls in the new building. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, today is Bell Let's Talk Day, which encourages people to have conversations about mental health to raise awareness and reduce the stigma. A recent BC report found that 20 to 40-year-olds may suffer mental health impacts because of lower incomes, higher debt, and high housing costs. A woman in my riding living with mental health challenges told me how she has to live in a storage unit, and sadly, it's true. We need to address both mental health challenges and the housing crisis because for many people, they go hand in hand. Will the Liberal government take action now to address these very serious issues for Canadians?
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Member Opposite, for his question and his advocacy. Almost all Canadians have family and friends affected by mental illness, today and every day. But today is an important day to support those around us, especially those who suffer in silence. We want to ensure Canadians get the support they need when and where they need it. We've made the largest investment in Canadian history for mental health services, $5 billion in Budget 2017. And we've targeted investments specifically amongst Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, veterans, homeless Canadians. There is much more to do, Mr. Speaker, but today, like every day, we need to talk more about mental health.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, since 2012, Habitation Nicolet, a seniors residence in Hochelaga, has been undergoing major renovations, forcing residents to relocate for 6 years. All because the funding for social housing is announced bit by bit every year. What's worse, thousands of units are now boarded up in Montreal. The most vulnerable are the ones who are paying for this lack of a long-term vision. Why, despite all the Liberal spin, do we still have such unacceptable delays? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we fully agree that for far too long the federal government had withdrawn from investing in housing, and that is why we set up a national housing strategy. $40 billion will be invested in communities all across the country. We've invested in seniors housing. We've invested to combat homelessness. There's much more still to be done, but for 2 or 3 years we've been investing to make up for the damage that was done, to build new housing units, and we will continue investing in the most vulnerable.
East York.
Mr. Speaker, this question for the Prime Minister comes from my Beaches East York Youth Council, written by Mika Kay. The UN reports that our planet will reach the crucial threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2030. Our planet is already 2/3 of the way there. Canadians make up roughly 0.5% of the world's population, but we contribute 2% of total greenhouse gas emissions. What initiatives has the government taken, and what initiatives will the government continue to take to reduce this?
Honourable Prime Minister.
The member for Beaches East York for his question and for his Youth Council question. The IPCC report is a sobering reminder that we need to tackle climate change, and our government is taking action. We have a practical, affordable plan to cut pollution and create good middle-class jobs. It includes phasing out coal, supporting more than 1,000 public transit projects across the country, and putting a price on pollution. While the Conservatives want to make it free to pollute, we will continue to move forward for Canadians.
For Milton.
Speaker, the former president of the Treasury Board told this House that the only document that he had with respect to the Mark Norman case was a letter on which he was copied. Now, he probably told the RCMP the exact same thing when he was interviewed by them. And it's interesting, though, that just days after he steps back from cabinet, he suddenly has his lawyers going into court and singing a quite different tune on this issue, which is he has many personal documents that he wishes to submit. When did the Prime Minister know that the President of the Treasury Board had personal documents and was withholding this?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I've said repeatedly, politicians have no involvement in decisions on this matter. The notion that any politician was involved in those decisions is completely false. Of course, I won't comment any further as the matter is before the courts.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, Admiral Norman was the second highest ranking officer in the Canadian military, and so far we have heard that documents have been withheld from him. Access to information requests have been deliberately sabotaged so as not to turn up any documents. We've learned today about private dinners and conversations and little meetings that happen with the Prime Minister and his inner circle that have surprisingly no notes or documentation to go along with them. This is very concerning. And you know what else, Mr. Speaker? The fact that this Prime Minister stands here and says that there's no political interference when he himself cast Mark Norman in guilt before the charges were being even laid is ridiculous.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I've said repeatedly, politicians have no involvement in decisions on this matter. I, of course, have regular interactions with the Chief of Defence Staff. In this instance, the Chief notified me of steps being taken regarding this individual. The notion that any politician was involved in those decisions is completely false. I won't comment further as the matter is before the courts.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Liberal government announced another $114 million for illegal immigrants. The same day, the Liberals shut the door on sponsoring parents and grandparents after just 10 minutes. Under this Prime Minister, if you come into the country illegally, you're allowed to stay, you're allowed in right away, and you're given a free hotel room. If you're a grandmother trying to enter legally, the door is slammed in your face. Why is the Prime Minister making Canadians pay for his mistakes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Conservatives are playing politics with people's lives. What they did when they were in power was 160,000 people backlog, 8 years of waiting for family sponsorships. We've cut processing times to under 2 years. We did away with the backlog, and we quadrupled the number of people who can apply for family reunification. That's our record, Mr. Speaker.
Or Calgary Nose Hill.
Prime Minister isn't creating more actual spots for legal immigrants. He's only created a no-hope waiting list. A waiting list isn't the same as getting entry into this country. Instead, he's created a gold-plated express entry lane for who? People illegally entering our country from upstate New York. Canada's Conservatives will restore fairness to Canada's immigration system because, Mr. Speaker, why should Canadians keep paying for this Prime Minister's mistakes?
Prime Minister.
Here is what Canada's Conservatives actually did in 10 years in power. They created a backlog of over 167,000 cases for family sponsorship and an 8-year wait time for families to be reunited. In the past 3 years, we've cut wait times to under just 2 years for family reunification. We've cleared the backlog. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we've quadrupled the number of people who could apply for family sponsorship. That is what we are doing to bring families together, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Motors closed its Windsor plant. It shut the door on 100 years of workers' sweat, dedication, and pride. Today, parking lot.
Has the floor.
When General Motors closed its Windsor plant, it shut the door on 100 years of workers' sweat, dedication, and pride. Today, that site is a parking lot. Now Oshawa faces the same future. Canadians loaned billions to ensure GM kept good jobs in Canada, and since then the Liberals have done nothing. They even ignored their own auto czar who wanted them to act. Workers still don't even know what the government's plan is to save our manufacturing industry. All talk and no action is worthless and cruel. What specifically will this Prime Minister do for the workers of Oshawa and their families? What specific action is he willing to take for these families and that community?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we stand with GM workers and their families in Oshawa. We met with the workers and the union representatives. I even had a frank conversation with the GM CEO, Mary Barra, reminding her of the proud history of GM in Oshawa, thanks to those extraordinary workers. We continue to work with our partners to support those impacted. We will always fight for auto workers and their families. We will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, last week, the ferry between Saint-Ignace and Sorel had to interrupt service for 3 days because of ice jams tying up the St. Lawrence Seaway. Like the Conservatives, the Liberals have neglected the icebreaker situation. Steve Pichet, president of the Berthier-Dautrey Chamber of Commerce, isn't happy about the situation. Without icebreakers and without a ferry, people have to take the bridge in Trois-Rivières or Montreal to get to Sorel. It's a crazy detour. Is this government going to make the St. Lawrence Seaway a priority and invest the necessary sums? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the excellent work of Davie Shipyard workers who have worked within budget on the Asterix. The Conservatives left Davie Shipyard out of the national strategy. We have invested over $1.5 billion in contracts for Quebec companies, including $700 million for 3 icebreakers at Davie Shipyard. We will continue to support workers all across the country. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can't get federal public servants paid with Phoenix, and now they don't trust Revenue Quebec employees. Why do Quebecers have to file 2 tax returns? They're the only Canadians who have to file 2 returns. We Conservatives respect Quebec and Quebecers. A single tax return would save Quebecers a lot of paperwork. The Prime Minister should respect Quebecers. Why is he so dead set against a single tax return for Quebecers, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are saying 2 things, one thing in French and quite another in English. We want to work for Quebec to meet the needs of Quebecers. Quebec has a labour shortage. There are over 1,000 vacant positions, according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. We are going to keep working with Quebec on those issues.
in both official languages that the Conservative approach on a single payer for immigration is not something that we think is acceptable to the rest of the country, and certainly not to us either.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, that's an incomprehensible answer. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is using fear-mongering against an idea that Quebecers agree on. In Saint-Hyacinthe, the Prime Minister suggested the sky might fall if anyone other than the feds were in charge. Can the Prime Minister explain why he's so afraid of Quebecers, why he thinks they're a threat, and why he won't let them file a single tax return? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are jeopardizing 1,500 jobs in Shawinigan and Jonquière with this single tax return idea. They would jeopardize efforts to combat tax evasion, which we have invested almost $1 billion in. We will always work with the government of Quebec to simplify tax filings, but the Conservatives are playing politics here. They're talking about one thing in one part of the country, but they're not mentioning it in English elsewhere in Canada. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. He's the one who's talking about fear-mongering. What's he doing to support federal workers? He's the one who's fear-mongering, Mr. Speaker. The vast majority of Quebecers can't afford to pay someone to do their taxes for them like the Prime Minister does, Mr. Speaker. We have an unprecedented opportunity to make life easier for Quebecers, and that is by allowing people to file a single tax return. It's so simple. Why is he so stubbornly refusing? Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. There are a lot of places in the country where there is a single tax return, and if Quebec wants to talk about that, we're certainly willing to talk about it. But the fact is that we expect to continue fighting tax evasion, and that is the federal government that has all those tax treaties internationally. And we employ over 1,500 people in Quebec who process tax returns from all around the country. There's always ways to improve things in terms of the way Quebecers and Canadians file their tax returns, and we're always willing to work with Quebecers and their government. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the valuable contributions seniors make to Canadian society. We're doing everything we can to ensure their well-deserved comfort and security. Could the Prime Minister tell the House what our government has accomplished for seniors and what we intend to do to acknowledge their contribution to Canadian society? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin for his question. Our government got down to work for seniors as soon as we took office. We brought the OAS and GIS eligibility back to 65, thereby lifting 100,000 seniors out of poverty. We raised the GIS benefits for the most vulnerable seniors living alone, helping 900,000 seniors in Canada. We invested $6 billion in home and palliative care. To take things further, we're holding consultations to further help seniors. Mr. Speaker.
He has managed to keep one of his promises. His promise to phase out the oil sands. Due to the Prime Minister's failures on pipelines, CNRL is laying off up to 1,000 people. This is on top of the 120,000 energy workers who have already lost their jobs. Incredible. This pain is going to be felt across Canada. 1 in 7 manufacturing jobs in Ontario is directly linked to the oil sands. Energy workers in Canada can no longer pay for this Prime Minister's mistakes. What is he doing to get these highly skilled Canadians back to work?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that to move forward on energy projects in this country, we need to do it the right way. That is, in partnership with Indigenous peoples and respecting the concerns of Canadians, including environmental concerns. And we know that for 10 years, the Harper Conservatives failed failed to do just that. They did not understand that you have to stand up for the environment, that you have to work with Indigenous peoples. That's exactly what we're doing. The Federal Court of Appeals judgment laid out a blueprint for doing this in the right way, and that's exactly the blueprint that we are following, Mr. Speaker. We know getting our resources to new markets is a priority.
Honourable member, order for Victoria.
In the recent cabinet shuffle, the Attorney General was removed from her role. Then, Grand Chief Stuart Phillips said that her removal as Attorney General demonstrates the Prime Minister's, quote, lack of resolve to address Canada's deplorable relationship with Indigenous peoples. Then, in a written statement, the former Attorney General suggested she was removed from her role for, quote, speaking truth to power. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, what could she have meant?
Well, Prime Minister.
Speaker, we have demonstrated consistently that no relationship is more important than that with Indigenous peoples. And that's why we've moved forward in partnership to both respond to the services needed in Indigenous communities, from drinking waters to housing, to a broad range of educational and community investments, to restoring a better relationship in terms of rights, in terms of recognition, in terms of reconciliation. This is what we are focusing on, and it is a all-of-cabinet approach. The entire government is...
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest. Order.
Mr. Speaker, going off to college or university is a significant time in our lives. Parents and students alike plan for this important milestone, expecting personal growth and professional opportunities in return for their significant investments. But we know that 41% of all sexual assault cases across Canada were reported by students. Can the Minister for the Status of Women tell this House what our government is doing to end gender-based violence on post-secondary campuses? Thank you.
Good question.
Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member of New Brunswick Southwest for her question. No one should be subject to acts of violence, period. Incidents of sexual assault on school campuses remain one of the most often reported types of violence since Me Too. Nearly half of sexual assault reported in Canada are committed against women aged 15 to 24. That's why our government is working with an advisory committee of survivors, students, and partners that will create a national framework to end gender-based violence on campuses. No students should experience violence in this important part of their lives, and we are taking action.
For Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to talk about mental health issues. It truly is the only way that we can break the stigma associated with mental illness and mental injury. 223 days ago, this House passed a bill to create a national strategy to combat PTSD, making Canada the first country in the world to adopt legislation aimed at combating PTSD. 223 days, and this Liberal government has failed to do anything to move this strategy forward. When will this Prime Minister stop delaying and take action on developing this important national strategy to combat PTSD?
Prime Minister.
We have made some of the largest investments in Canadian history for mental health services, $5 billion in budget 2017, but of course there is much more to do, and that's why I'm happy to confirm that this spring we will be moving forward with the plan to fight PTSD that the Minister of Public Safety and Security will put forward.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, it was there for all to see yesterday. To the Liberals, a Quebec that wants French spoken is a racist Quebec. If you say we Quebecers, you're racist. The Quebec government's desire for permanent residents to have knowledge of French, or the Bloc's desire for citizenship applicants in Quebec to have knowledge of French, well, to the Liberals, that's racist. Will the Prime Minister condemn the unacceptable things his minister said, starting by supporting the Bloc's bill on adequate knowledge of French? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Canada defends the rights of minorities living in minority situations all across the country, and we will continue to defend the Constitution despite what the Bloc is trying to say. We are going to respect the Constitution and defend both official languages all across the country.
Pursuant to Standing Order 92.4, I direct that the vote on the designation of Bill C-421, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec, resume. I'd like to remind members that they may obtain their ballot from the table officer seated on their side of the chamber. However, during routine proceedings, statements by members and question period, ballots will be distributed from the corridor behind the Speaker's chair, where the ballot box will also be located. The honourable member from Montcalm is rising on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, in response to the question from the member for the député de Lille, the Minister of Heritage said that the Bloc Québécois remarks only divides and is based on color and language. Mr. Speaker, we're being excused of being racist simply because we want to stand up for the French language. However, and also, a Quebec that wants to speak French is being treated as a racist Quebec. The Minister of Heritage has to apologize for his baseless remarks. I'd like to thank the member, but that would be a point of debate.
On a point of order.
As is customary, I made reference to a document and wish to table in the House. The document is an Environment Canada briefing note showing that the carbon tax will be $300 per ton, which means a $5,000 tax on the average family. I ask that we table this in the House as evidence. Thank you.
There's unanimous consent. No, there is no unanimous consent for the tabling of the document. Tabling of documents.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent is rising on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we say is based on facts, and I would like to table and ask for the consent a document where it is written that there will be a balanced budget. Is there unanimous consent? There is no unanimous consent.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Ottawa West. Ottawa West Nepean. Excuse me.
Present in both official languages the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Race to the Top, Improving Canada's Extractive Sector Corporate Social Responsibility Strategy to Safeguard Human Rights in Latin America. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And I want to thank all of the witnesses and the members of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights for all of their hard work on this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 104, I have the honour to table the 82nd report of the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. If there is consent, I will move its adoption later today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House on Bell Let's Talk Day to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Establish Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder PTSD Awareness Day. I want to thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for seconding my bill. Today, parliamentarians will join Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast to increase awareness of mental health issues, offer support to those who persevere every day, and ultimately end the stigma around mental health illness. June 21st of last year, Canada became the first country in the world to adopt legislation aimed at tackling PTSD. The bill C-211 has given hope to many. But, Mr. Speaker, we must do more than just create hope. We must act. We must continue to build awareness, understanding, and acceptance that mental injuries are real. because, Mr. Speaker, lives are at stake. Studies suggest that over 70% of Canadians have been exposed to at least one traumatic event in their lifetime, that nearly 1 in 10 Canadians may develop PTSD at some point in their lives. Mental illness should not be a partisan issue. It is my hope today that just as we did with C211, members of Parliament from all sides see their way to support this legislation, that it receives swift passage, and just as we are doing today on Bell Let's Talk Day, on June 27th, Canadians all across this great nation will continue the mental health discussion in Canada's first National PTSD Awareness Day. Mr. Speaker, through awareness and talking, we can end the stigma of mental health injury and mental illness. Thank you.
Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Broussard, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Defense Act, Maiming or Injuring Self or Another. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Soo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a bill which aims to remove a significant barrier to members of the Canadian Forces receiving the mental health assistance that they need. It would do so by repealing subsection C of Section 98 of the National Defense Act. This archaic section of the National Defense Act makes self-harm a disciplinary offense in the Military Code of Conduct. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Forces are still losing more than one member per month to death by suicide. We have lost over 195 serving members in the last 15 years. Removing this section would send a strong message that self-harm is a mental health issue and not something to be addressed by discipline. This is a matter that I had hoped could have been fixed by a simple amendment to Bill C-77, the Military Justice Reform Bill, recently dealt with by this House. At that time, New Democrats and Conservatives supported my amendment, but the Liberals indicated they felt amending C-77 was not the way to proceed. This private member's bill offers an alternative way of taking the actions necessary to send a positive message to Canadian Forces members struggling with mental health issues. I trust it will receive broad support in this House.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? First reading of Senate public bills. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Ailfson, moves that Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Charles Woodson James, Assiniboia Headingley, for seconding this Senate bill. I think it's self-explanatory. Physicians have existed as an entity in this country since its inception, the inception of Confederation. They have done great work. They have helped and been dedicated to saving lives. I think it's time we honour them on a particular day. Thank you.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? Now. At the next sitting of the House. I think members will be used to that by now. Motions. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Yukon.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Si la Chambre donne son consentement,
if the House gives its consent, I move that the 82nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be concurred in. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been some discussions amongst the parties, and I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. I would move that, notwithstanding the provisions of any standing order for the duration of the current session, when a recorded division is to be held on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, except recorded divisions deferred to the conclusion of oral questions, the bells to call in the members shall be sounded for not more than 30 minutes.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present you with petition E1776. This petition calls for upgrades on Terwilliger Drive, one of Edmonton's busiest roads, to become a freeway. If you're from Edmonton, you know how busy this road can get, especially during rush hours. An upgrade of more lanes to Terwilliger Drive to a freeway would increase the quality of life while decreasing emissions. Let's ensure that we show the federal government is willing and able to support this important upgrade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our sponsor, Marcus Muse, our hardworking City Councillor Tim Cartmel, and of course the many, many dedicated residents of our community who took the time to share, sign, and support this very important petition.
Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise today to table petitions dealing with the National Senior Strategy. People in the Greater Drummond area have signed this petition and want to draw the attention of the House to the inequalities that exist, the widening gap, the effect on seniors. They urge the government to adopt a national strategy to help them meet their needs when it comes to health care, housing, and there's a lot of talk about that these days, financial security, and to therefore improve their quality of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cypress Hills grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got increasing concerns around the world about international traffic in human organs that are being removed from victims without consent. There are currently 2 bills before Parliament proposing to impede the trafficking of human organs obtained without consent or as a result of a financial transaction. That's Bill C-350 and Bill S-240. And so the undersigned are asking Parliament to pass those bills as soon as possible.
Member for Victoria.
Concept and petition that my colleague just addressed, and that is namely a petition before me regarding Senate Bill S-240, which would make it illegal to traffic in human organs and tissues and give the power to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to make permanent residents or foreign nationals inadmissible to Canada if they've engaged in those horrendous activities.
Député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. I'm pleased to rise today to table a petition, E1631, that deals with telecommunications. Amateur radios operators are urging the government to step in to ensure the safety of radio communications. This petition was created by Martin Béroubier and has over 1,000 signatures. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It must be the new lighting. I had difficulty catching your eye. I have 2 petitions to table today. The first one is signed by over 350 Albertans who are calling for the Government of Canada to abide by the Charter rights and freedoms and make sure that the religious rights of Canadians are respected. And then the second petition I'm tabling today is signed by 94 of my constituents. It's on Private Members Bill C-399. They're calling on the Parliament of Canada to pass it expeditiously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not sure if it's glare from the lights or from the heads of my head and my friend, the Honourable Member for Glanbrook. I'm not sure if that's where at any rate, the 2 of us perhaps, I don't know. Forgive me. The Honourable Member for Nipissing Pembroke.
I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Surrey Newton, Delta, and Surrey Centre. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns that are already banned.
Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Some petitions here that were delivered to my former colleague Sheila Malcolmson, the former member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, and I hope you will join me in wishing her all the best in her by-election today on her journey to become a member of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia. But the petitioners are from Gabriola, Mr. Speaker. They are very concerned with the Department of Transport's plans to establish new anchorages in and around the Gabriolan coastline, and therefore they're calling on the Minister of Transport to cancel the Department of Transport's plans to designate freighter anchorages in the Georgia Strait along the Gabriola coastline. Thank you.
without reference to electoral prospects, I can join my colleague in wishing the former member all the best, of course. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today with two petitions. The first deals with a critical issue for Canada, for our criminal justice system, and for social justice. The petitioners call on the government to cease incarceration of those who are imprisoned and dealing with mental health issues, particularly addiction and drug abuse. The petitioners cite the system in Portugal, which has brought victims back into society to be useful members of society at much lower cost than prisons. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, again from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, calls on the government and the House of Commons to adopt a national poverty elimination strategy, ensuring a healthy and prosperous society for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table 5 petitions today. The first is in support of Bill S-240, a bill on the illicit trafficking of human organs. The bill is currently before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the signatories ask the government and members of Parliament to support its speedy passage so that we can get it done before the next election. The second petition is in support of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Petitioners recognize the importance of the energy sector and are calling for all members of Parliament to do what they can to see that pipeline constructed. The third petition is to oppose discrimination on the basis of conscience that was part of efforts by the government through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Petitioners note that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms. It opposes the government's values test attestation. The fourth petition calls on the government to support the Hindu and Sikh minority in Afghanistan who have faced severe persecution. It calls on the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities be able to be sponsored directly to come here in Canada. This is something that has not happened yet, and many people are still calling for, and it asks the Foreign Affairs Minister to raise the persecution faced by this community with her Afghan counterpart. The final petition is about the challenges being faced by the Pakistani Christian community in Thailand. It notes the crackdown against Pakistani asylum seekers who are there, and it calls on Canada to take up this matter urgently with the government of Thailand and urge the protection and humane treatment of Pakistani asylum seekers there. These asylum seekers, it says, must be provided the opportunity to apply for refugee status with the UNHCR and for resettlement without being arrested, detained, or deported. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions be allowed to stand also at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreement Enforcement Assistant Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment, and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands has indicated to the Chair that she does not wish to proceed with her motion. Therefore, the House will now proceed, without debate, to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Monsieur Lametti, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Laboutier, moved that to Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistant Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment, and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Madame de Boutillier, moves that Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment, and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's with humility that I rise for the first time as Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada. I thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister for the confidence that he has placed in me. And I'd also like to thank the people of La Salle for their ongoing support. I'd like to thank the Minister for Innovation, Science and Development, as well as the Minister for Foreign Affairs for their guidance, and I thank their teams as well.
I salute the work of my predecessor, the historic appointment, and it was matched by a historic quantity of substantive legislation. So I want to thank her as we move forward. I would also like to thank the Chair and the members of the committee, as well as witnesses who expressed their support and provided insights and recommendations on Bill C-78. I would also like to acknowledge the recent expression of support of Bill C-78 on the part of the federal, provincial, territorial ministers responsible for justice and public safety. Finally, I can't go on without mentioning the constant support of my very able parliamentary secretary, the member from Parkdale High Park. Monsieur le Président, les besoins des familles
Mr. Speaker, families going through separation and divorce have significantly changed in recent decades. Federal legislation for family law were outdated and no longer reflected the needs of families. And that is why we are proud to move ahead with the first significant changes to the Act in over 20 years. This bill will modernize federal legislation for family law and will improve the family justice system, namely by encouraging the use of alternative dispute settlement methods and by focusing on promoting the best interest of the child.
Mr. Speaker, the best interest of the child is a fundamental principle in family law that must be reinforced to ensure that the support and protection of our children are always paramount. Bill C-78 entrenches in law that the best interests of the child as the only consideration when making decisions about parenting arrangements. Along these lines, the bill introduces a primary consideration according to which a child's physical, emotional, and psychological safety, security, and well-being will be considered above all else. Courts will have to weigh each best interest criterion in light of this primary consideration. Proposed changes also recognize the importance of a child's voice in family justice proceedings. Bill C-78 puts forward concrete measures to promote the best interests of the child in situations where children are most vulnerable. The bill introduces criteria to determine the best interests of the child, as well as important considerations and exceptions when there has been family violence. With thanks to witnesses heard by the committee, the bill has been amended so that in some cases of family violence, applications to modify a parenting arrangement or to relocate can be made without notice to other parties, which will provide further protection to children and families fleeing these situations. Mr. Speaker, a number of witnesses addressed the issue of presumptions of equal shared parenting under the Divorce Act. While some witnesses were in favor of a presumption, most were strongly opposed to it. Creating such a presumption would have gone against our commitment to ensure that each child's best interests would always be put first. Given that each child and each family's circumstances are unique, courts need flexibility to tailor parenting orders to the needs of each particular child. We recognize, however, the important role that both parents can play in a child's life. Bill C-78 reflects social science evidence that it is generally important for children to have a relationship with both parents after divorce. Thus, the bill requires courts to apply the maximum parenting time principle, that a child should have as much time with each parent as is consistent with the child's best interests. Witnesses raised concerns that this principle may create a misunderstanding that equal time with each parent should be the starting point when establishing a parenting order. To address these concerns, the bill was amended to further clarify that this principle is always subject to the best interests of the child. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to address another important part of the debate in recent years, the acknowledgement and recognition of linguistic rights in this act. After having heard from witnesses on this subject, including the Federation of French language-speaking common law justices and the Canadian Bar, the bill was amended in order to enable either official language to be used under the Divorce Act. Parties will have identical linguistic rights to those in the criminal system under Part 7 of the Criminal Code. So what that means is that anyone can provide evidence in the official language of his or her choice. The parties will also have the opportunity to be heard by a judge in their language, and they will be able to receive a judgment or a decision in the language of their choice. This will enhance the flexibility of the system and will help promote the vitality of official language minority communities. I'd like to thank my colleagues in the caucus for the important work that they've done on this, especially the member for Mont-Royal and the member for Ottawa-Vanier.
And growing the middle class and helping those working hard to join it. Bill C-78 furthers this work by making important contributions to help address child poverty. Family breakdown often places significant financial strain on families. For some families, divorce may lead to poverty. Lone parent families, most often led by women, are at a particularly high risk of experiencing financial hardship. This bill will improve federal support enforcement tools, such as the release of income information, to ensure that fair and accurate support amounts can be calculated. Monsieur le Président, le projet de loi C-78.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-78 provides for parents to have certain requirements to meet in order to serve the best interests of their children, and it promotes out-of-court settlement. Parents will have an obligation to fulfill their decision-making responsibilities in a way that's consistent with the interests of the child and in a way that protects or shields children from conflict. Those should be things that parents do anyway in the case of divorce, but this makes the requirement explicit and reminds the parties what their obligations are under the Divorce Act. In order to promote Canadians' access to justice, the Department of Justice is preparing certain documents that will inform Canadians of the changes this Act will make, and that those documents will guide parents through the divorce process. This brings me to discuss another important purpose of this legislation, which is to promote the efficiency and effectiveness of the justice system. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Bill C-78 shows our commitment to strengthen the family justice system. This bill aims to protect families, and in particular children, from the adverse effects of divorce by promoting alternative dispute resolution with the child's interest put first and foremost.
To the committee process, and I encourage my colleagues on all sides of this House to join me in supporting this very progressive bill.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first of all want to congratulate the Honourable Minister on his recent appointment, and as the Vice Chair of the Justice Committee and a Justice critic for the official opposition, I look forward to working constructively with the Minister. There is, I think, actually a fair bit of consensus on many aspects of this bill. I do have a question for the Minister on the issue of relocation, and in particular the notice provisions. Right now, under the bill, a parent seeking to relocate must provide 60 days notice. The non-relocating parent would only have 30 days to respond. That is problematic for people in remote and northern communities. It's also problematic for perhaps those who are vulnerable, who may not be familiar with legal process, who might not be able to afford retaining a lawyer. And then finally, it is inconsistent with an objective of this legislation, which is to the greatest extent possible, remove matters out of the court process. In the case of relocation, a non-relocating parent, the only option they would have would be to file an application in court. I was wondering if the minister could address those concerns.
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member, first of all, for his complimentary comments, and I do share the same sentiment of willing to work with him, as well as other members of the committee, as well as other members on all sides of the House. Mr. Speaker, in the bill, we tried to balance the needs of the best interests of the child and the ability of parents to move where that is necessary, as well as trying to balance, obviously, the ability of the parent who perhaps wasn't moving to remain in contact with the child, as well as to ensure that there was a fair ability as well as an efficient and smooth process for all sides to be able to have their opinion heard as a result of the potential relocation. Mr. Speaker, we're trying to achieve a certain number of balances in the bill, and we think we have it, although we certainly we know this was discussed at committee as well as, and we know members shared different opinions, but we do think we have the right balance.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take the opportunity to salute and congratulate our new Justice Minister. When his predecessor appeared before committee to present this bill, she stated that this bill would help combat child poverty. But when the committee studied the bill, there was a question that wasn't answered. That question was, what do we do when the parent who's supposed to be paying support can't afford to pay that support? And I'm thinking, for example, of the evidence from the Quebec Bar that talked about the difficulties in enforcing the act in such a situation. The minister very briefly in his speech mentioned how this bill might combat child poverty, but I'd like to hear more about what we could do in a situation like that, where the parent simply can't afford to pay support. And we were saying this week that almost half of Canadians are $200 away from being unable to pay their monthly bills. So when it comes to child support, there are a lot of Canadians who can't afford to pay it. So what are we supposed to do in situations like that, where families are in financial straits? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague also for her kind words. What we've done with this bill is what we could have done. There are, at times, problems ascertaining what one of the parties' income is and how much should be paid in child support via the other parent. So what we did was what we could do. We think it's the best possible system to ensure transparency and effectiveness for such transfers. Obviously, we can't do everything with a divorce bill. So we have to rely on other pieces of legislation, other bills that will improve the lot of Canadians in situations of poverty. For example, there's the child benefit. That benefit helps children in situations like this. We're always open to considering other legislation to try to further improve the situation and combat poverty. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to speak today. and to also add my congratulations to those of others, to the Minister of Justice. I want to underscore and emphasize my thanks as well to the prodigious work of his predecessor, with whom I worked on so many bills in her time as Minister of Justice. My question is very specific. A number of the commentators, and I think it's universally accepted that this is important reform in the area of family law. But as noted by Elba Bendo, the Director of Law Reform with West Coast Leaf, which is a woman's feminist legal organization, while this bill makes significant improvements, she notes without adequate funding and better training for those throughout the justice system who work with issues particularly of the gender imbalance for women who may fear violence in a family context as they go through this process. If the courts get it wrong, if the family law workers get it wrong, training is required because the consequences of getting it wrong can be fatal. I wonder if additional funding is being contemplated. A lot of this is provincial, but in the federal context, is more training being considered for how to assess cases where family violence may be at play?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member and leader of the Green Party for her comments as well, and I've enjoyed working with her in the past on other files, and I certainly will enjoy working with her in the future on these files. The problem that she identifies is a very real one. We have in this Act tried to take measures that will address the situation of people, women in particular, who are facing violence. And yes, the encadrement that is provided within the system is very important. The Act can't do everything, but as a government, we will continue to look and be open to suggestions, working with our provincial and territorial counterparts who do have a large role in the administration of justice, working through, in many cases, a unified family court system, which will come online very, very soon in many of the provinces, to look at the kinds of training methods that will help this bill live up to its promise.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the new Minister of Justice for his presentation today. Last year, I held an all-party roundtable looking at adverse childhood effects, looking at the mental health of children. And something that came up in that roundtable was the Indigenous cultural focus around children. If we can do things for children, the rest of our society benefits, and benefits in the future years. Could the Minister mention on Bell Let's Talk Day today, when we're talking about mental health, how this legislation can help with the adverse childhood effects on children relating to divorce and what that does to the mental health of children?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the honourable member for his question, as well as for the work we have done together on the Indu Committee and through his interest, our common interest in innovation. Mr. Speaker, the very fact of putting the primary focus on the best interests of the child and making that the lens through which we see the rest of how situations need to be resolved in cases of marital breakdown and divorce does precisely help us to improve the mental health of children as well as everybody else around the system. But by focusing on children, we put mental health as one of the factors that will be taken into account in assessing exactly what kinds of orders are necessary in any particular case. So by putting the child first, we are necessarily putting the child's mental health first.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak at third reading stage of Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act. As a member of the Justice Committee, I had the benefit of studying the bill in some detail at committee, where we heard from a wide range of stakeholders involved in family law. And while there are some aspects of this bill that I believe could be improved upon, and I will address those specific issues in short order, I do believe that many aspects of this bill will provide greater clarity and certainty to the law. This, after all, is the first major update of the Divorce Act since it was passed in 1985. And in that regard, it is a timely update indeed. Mr. Speaker, before getting into some of the areas where I think this bill falls short, let me start with some of the positives. One positive aspect of this bill is it does contain important measures to better ensure that children are not impacted by conflict, and also to encourage parties, where appropriate, to resolve their disputes outside of the court process. And it is important to note where appropriate, and that language is in the legislation, because we know that in not all circumstances is it appropriate to resolve family disputes through negotiation or collaborative law, particularly where there is a history of family violence. But we do know that where it is appropriate, that it is more often than not the best possible outcome, because the court process is adversarial in nature, that increases conflict, it can prolong disputes, and that heightened conflict, of course, can have a profoundly negative impact upon children. We also know that the court process is often inefficient, and it is indeed costly. And that raises issues around access to justice, where more and more Canadians who are resorting to the family court system are self-represented litigants because they can't afford legal representation. And so often these self-represented litigants don't know their rights, they don't have a good understanding of the law, and that creates a number of issues, including from the standpoint of backlog and delay in the family courts, but more broadly speaking, within our entire justice system. So to the degree that we can encourage parties to settle, to go through mediation or negotiation or collaborative law, that, Mr. Speaker, is a positive, and this bill does contain measures in that direction. A second area that this bill will, I believe, provide some better certainty in the law is through the codification of a wide body of case law which recognizes that in determining custody or access orders, that the sole determination is based upon what is in the best interests of the child. And this bill does set forth a number of factors that a judge is to consider in fashioning an order and determining, based upon the individual circumstances of the case, what in fact is in the best interests of the child. Mr. Speaker, that is entirely appropriate, and it's consistent with I think what the Family Law Bar has been asking for. It's been consistent with the special joint committee report that the House and the Senate undertook back in 1998 with respect to custody and child support. Mr. Speaker, one area that I do have some issues with is with respect to relocation, which I posed a question earlier to the minister in regards to. Relocation, for obvious reasons, is one of the most difficult areas of family law when one parent seeks to relocate with that child to another location. And based upon the evidence before the committee from the Family Law Bar, that hasn't been necessarily made easier by the Supreme Court in the Gordon and Gertz decision of 1996, which provides a highly discretionary test based upon the best interests of the child that has led to uncertainty and, frankly, has increased litigation around relocation matters. Now, this bill seeks to provide certainty by establishing a three-way split in terms of which parent bears the burden of establishing that the relocation is in the best interests of the child. And in that regard, the bill provides that when a child has substantially equal time with both parents, then the burden falls on the party seeking to relocate. On the other end of the spectrum, where a child is with the relocating parent, the vast majority of the time, the burden would fall to the other parent. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, where there are cases in between those two spectrums, neither parent would bear the burden. This approach is consistent with legislation that was passed in the province of Nova Scotia in 2013. There was some evidence before the committee that it is working relatively well, that judges are not having a difficult time sorting out which person or group falls into the three categories. But that being said, while it is laudable that the government is seeking to provide some clarity in the face of Gordon and Gertz and some greater certainty, I do have some concern that this may create some new uncertainty. And in that regard, it was raised before committee, I believe, by Professor Bala, a well-respected expert in family law, that by using the term substantially equal time, that it might imply or might not imply shared custody with the requisite 40% threshold. Needless to say, it is new language. It hasn't been tested. It will be litigated. So that is something to monitor. Secondly, I do have some concern about the appropriateness of a three-way split. Again, there was some evidence before the committee, and it's a view that I share, that from the standpoint of fairness and from the standpoint of achieving what this legislation seeks to achieve, which is to do what is in the best interests of the child, that as a general rule, the burden should fall on the parent seeking to relocate to establish that it is in the best interests of the child, save for those circumstances where the child does spend the vast majority of his or her time with the relocating parent. I say that having regard, Mr. Speaker, for the fact that unless the child is an infant, relocation does have, in the normal course, a significant impact on the everyday life of that child in terms of having to go to a new school, make new friends, adjust to a new community, not to mention the impact it can have on their relationship with the other parent who might have access or custody arrangements. So it can often be a major disruption. And from that standpoint, it would seem more appropriate that as a general rule, the burden fall on the relocating party. Then there are some technical issues with the notice requirements. and I alluded to one of the concerns that I had when I posed a question to the minister. But one of the concerns with respect to notice is that the legislation provides that a parent need only send a letter or provide some relatively informal notice to the non-relocating party. Lawrence Pinsky, who is the past chair of the family law section of the Canadian Bar Association, amongst others, at committee, raised questions about the appropriateness of that form of notice. It seemed to Mr. Pinsky, and it seems to me, that it could unintentionally create situations where one parent says they sent notice, the other parent says they didn't receive notice, and then in the meantime, the parent who claimed they had sent notice may have relocated with that child. What do you do, Mr. Speaker, in those circumstances? It may be that in such a circumstance that the other parent, in terms of might not be able to have access and custody for which they're entitled pursuant to an order, as the other parent in contempt of that order. So, Mr. Speaker, that seems to be an aspect of the bill that I think needs to be reevaluated with, I think, a very minor amendment when it goes to the Senate, since we weren't able to address that at committee. And then there is the issue of the 30-day response period. 60 days to provide notice of relocation, 30 days to provide a response. 30 days is problematic for individuals who may be in remote and northern communities who might not have easy access to a lawyer. It can be problematic for persons who may be disadvantaged and or are unfamiliar with the court process, maybe who have never retained a lawyer before, someone who might perhaps be unable to afford retaining a lawyer, and then they find themselves in a position where they have to prepare an application to respond. There might be some significant barriers for many groups of Canadians, and so that's a concern. And then there's the whole issue of rushing into court, because a parent who is not relocating, who receives that notice, their only recourse effectively is to file an application in court objecting to the relocation. That, Mr. Speaker, is inconsistent with the objective of the bill, one of the key objectives of the bill, which is to encourage parties, where possible, to settle disputes out of court. In most circumstances, someone who is relocating likely will have thought about that relocation long before they provide 60 days notice. By contrast, the party that is not relocating, more often than not, may only learn of it upon receiving notice, in which they have 30 days to respond. That is problematic in as much as it might take some time to absorb what that relocation means, how it impacts their custody or access arrangements, and prohibits the ability of the parties to negotiate, to approach the relocation in a collaborative way and avoid litigation on that issue. It is why I brought forward an amendment consistent with evidence from a number of witnesses to increase the time from a 90-day period to provide notice and a 60-day period to respond. Again, a relatively minor amendment that hopefully can be considered in the Senate, since it was not adopted when it was studied at the Justice Committee, but one that could have a profound impact on many, many families. And then, Mr. Speaker, I was disappointed that the bill does not recognize the fact that in most circumstances that it is desirable to maintain a shared parenting relationship. That's not to say that it is appropriate in all cases. We know, particularly again in situations where there is family violence, that it is not. But that being said, it does not make sense to remove a perfectly fit parent from having as much access and time to spend with their child. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we know that that does happen every day. And the government's response, I suspect, would be to say, well, shared parenting isn't consistent with this legislation. We reject the notion of shared parenting because the legislation is focused exclusively on the best interests of the child. And I agree wholeheartedly that any issue relating to custody or access should be based exclusively on what is in the best interests of the child. But the fact is that in many circumstances, what is in the best interests of the child is to maintain that shared parenting relationship. We know that, I would submit, from common sense, from life experience, and from a wide body of social science evidence to back that up. And that is why, when the Senate did study custody and access in 1998, when they recommended the incorporation of factors that a court should consider with respect to the best interests of the child, which this government did incorporate in this bill, that one of the factors was the benefit to a child of a shared parenting relationship. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, let me say that on the whole, this bill gets a lot of things right. There's a fair bit of consensus amongst the family bar and other actors involved in family law, divorce, separation, etc. But, Mr. Speaker, there are areas where I believe there is room for improvement. So I hope that there will be some further consideration on how to improve the bill when it goes to the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The honourable member for his very thoughtful comments. As always, he displays a very in-depth knowledge of the bill and has a great deal to say. I shared some of the opinions, and I'm open to following the rest through the parliamentary process. I would like to invite him to I noticed that during his comments he still used the terms custody and access. And one of the points of the bill is to change that language to parenting language, parenting orders, and contact orders. And I would invite him to reflect on that change.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the minister is quite right that the bill does update language to make it less adversarial when we're talking about parenting and contact. There are some who might say, well, that's window dressing. I would respectfully disagree. I believe that words do matter, and that to the degree that that might minimize or help reduce the adversarial nature of a divorce and the impact that that might have on children, I say so much the better, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, there was a fair bit of support amongst the family law bar for those changes. The only issue I would raise that did come up at committee was there was some concern, I think it was the South Asian Legal Education Clinic out of Toronto, that said, for example, that it might be problematic in an international context. They cited an example of where a father had abducted his child and taken that child to Pakistan. And the mother sought to be reunited with her child in Canada. And they stated that the court in Pakistan was very specific in looking for that term custody and seeing that terminology used in the order. So that is the only issue that may want to be considered. But that aside, I think it is a positive step.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, and I'm glad to be here on the very first bill being brought forward by our new Justice Minister. I'm sure he'll be extremely talented. I have to admit that we share a mutual friend in Sandy Perlman, the late producer of The Clash, also Blue Oyster Cult. So I'm going to ask that the Minister lessen the cowbell when he's trying to get attention in the House. However, to my honourable colleagues' discourse that I found very interesting, in our office, the most difficult and the saddest thing that we deal with time and time again is issues of family breakup. People who come, they're trying to find help, particularly the issues of when families are breaking up and whoever has custody is moving to another jurisdiction. That is an extremely difficult, it's an emotionally fraught manner. The courts have never seemed to be they're not the healing institutions on this. These are deeply, deep traumatic wounds in families that some never recover. So I'd ask that honourable colleague from his experience on ways that we can do this to make sure that it's always child-centered and less adversarial and more on trying to find some healing rather than a deeper rupture.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I thank the member for Timmins, James Bay, and he is absolutely right that these are the most difficult of situations, the breakdown of marriage when it involves children. Emotions are high, often at all sides, sometimes because of that, because it's about access and their relationship with the most, if not one of the most important people in their lives, that it makes it all the more difficult. And I know from, for example, one acquaintance of mine who was a judge, that he said, and he hadn't practiced family law, but he said that upon being appointed to the bench, that one of the most difficult things he found sitting in making a decision was making a custody order or an access order and having to hear the evidence without really being able to be there and really understand in a true and profound way what may, in all circumstances, may be going on within that family. So the member is right, and that's why, to the degree that we can encourage parties to mediate, to negotiate, to resort to means other than the court process, that will go a long way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I'd like to follow on my honourable colleagues' comments and also offer to our new Minister of Justice congratulations and underscore the importance of this bill, particularly the nature of the subject and that it hasn't been updated since 1985. But with respect to the relocation, I know that my honourable colleague has made a recommendation on an amendment to change the time from what's in the bill of the notice of relocation of 60 days to response of 30 days. And the amendment proposed is to take that to 90 days and 60 days respectively. And he mentioned that that was rejected at committee. And what I wondered is if he could expand on what were the arguments against making that amendment and how would he respond to those arguments. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert's, Edmonton.
I thank my colleague. There was actually very little discussion and debate around that amendment, unfortunately so. The member for West Nova did indicate that the 60-day and 30-day time frame was consistent with some provincial legislation, including in the province of Nova Scotia. So I believe that that is the rationale, but we have to recognize that the Divorce Act is national in scope, and some of the issues, the national issues in terms of northern communities and remote communities, among other factors, should be more carefully considered in terms of considering an amendment to provide a little more time, which I believe, again, would go a long way.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Seeing none. Oh, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I wanted to pose a different type of a question, just related to the principle at hand in terms of many of the constituents that I represent and have had the opportunity to have discussions in regards to marital issues. And when you talk about parenting, there is a push to try to simplify the process. And I'm wondering if my colleague across the way would have other things that he might suggest that are not already within the legislation, or that a government could look at pursuing into the future from his perspective.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, again, that moving outside of the court process is really key. And I would say that there has been a lot of work that has been done amongst the family law bar to encourage parties, also to provide information to parties, so that they have a better understanding of what is involved step by step, because that so often is very difficult for people who are separating to understand what's next, what's coming next. And so there are programs, there are supports, there are information services in place. So there are a lot of things that can be done, but those are just a few.
Questions and comments? Est-ce que l'honorable de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte a une question? Ou... Okay.
Does the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte have a question? Yes. Earlier, my colleague referred briefly to domestic violence, and we know that one of the goals of this bill is to tackle family violence. We heard many witnesses before the committee representing, including one that represented a Canadian coalition that includes, for example, shelters in Quebec. There was another Ottawa coalition for violence against women. There was the Elizabeth Fry Society. I could list others. But these witnesses told us that it would be important in the bill to emphasize how women are most often the victims of family violence. So I'd like to know if my colleague thinks that the bill goes far enough to tackle domestic violence.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton, in about 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, who did spend time very carefully reviewing the bill. One amendment that had been put forward was with respect to incorporating gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, while I understand the intent underlying the bill, I was unable to support that amendment on the basis that family violence is all-encompassing. It can impact persons of all genders, it can impact children, it can impact a number of people in the relationship, which is why the legislation as currently worded is broad enough to encompass all of those situations.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As critic for families, children, and social development, I'm happy to have an opportunity to rise in this House to discuss Bill C-78. I'd like to go right to the heart of the matter. It's clear that Bill C-78 is an important step forward, given that the current Divorce Act is 40 years old and no longer responds to issues facing Canadian families in the event of divorce. And I'd like to illustrate that fact with a quote by a senator who was appointed to the Senate in '94 and who retired in 2005. And I think this quote shows just how long we've been saying that the Divorce Act needs to be amended. Senator Landon Pearson was deputy chair of the Human Rights Committee in the Senate, and at the time, in the early 2000s, she said, when parents separate, the lives of their children are forever changed. Parents and members of families and professionals who step in have the responsibility to ensure that the change is as smooth as possible. Children are entitled to be protected, to receive care, to be protected from emotional stress. They also have the right to maintain significant relations and to express their views. It's only when those rights and all other rights are guaranteed under the UN Convention on the Rights of Children that children will be in a position to accept their new situations and adapt to it. So you will understand then why my NDP colleagues and I will be supporting this bill. However, colleagues, I want to draw your attention to the need to not simply content ourselves with this being a step forward, because it needs to be improved even more. I believe that we all agree that the objectives of this text, to promote the best interests of the child, to address family violence in decisions regarding parenting agreements, to fight child poverty, and to seek better accessibility to the justice system for Canadians, are a step in the right direction. But the main shortcoming is that all too often it doesn't provide the means to reach its lofty goals. The people who appeared before the Justice Committee as part of the work on Bill C-78 were numerous to reach the same conclusion. And once again, I would like to thank them for their contributions. In fact, what I retain from these meetings is that families, associations, and justice professionals, as well as academics, all expect a comprehensive reform of the Divorce Act. So I will emphasize that point. We probably won't be reviewing or reforming the Divorce Act again for several decades. Let us not miss the opportunity that we have before us today. Let us not simply reform the Act for the sake of reforming it. Let us listen to the recommendations put forth by witnesses during committee meetings or in the briefs that many people sent in. We need to avoid, months from now, realizing that this act doesn't resolve problems and addresses them only superficially. We have to ensure we do things properly. I wouldn't want us to be in a situation where we had been notified, where we would have been in a position to resolve the matters. And I'm thinking, namely, about situations involving family violence, or taking into account the views of the child in all circumstances as part of divorce procedures. So I'd like to address three issues. First of all, guaranteeing the best interest of the child, all children. 2, managing situations of family violence. And 3, combating poverty. First of all, with respect to the promotion of the best interest of the child, we must avoid ending up in a situation where the interest of the child is determined a priori by parents or the judge. That is why it would be judicious to include the right for a child to be represented by a third party. Several studies show that questioning a child as part of that type of process is beneficial. Professionals have, in fact, noted that when someone is there to share with the parents the concerns and interests of their child, the divorce is resolved almost immediately. While the bill mentions in Section 16.3 the need to take into account the point of view and preferences of a child, regardless of, or in keeping with his or her age and maturity, having a child represented would guarantee that the best interests of the child are taken into account in all circumstances. Furthermore, training on the way to take into account the views of the child before the courts must be the focus of our attention. I think that our approach must be based on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, as well as on best practices in Canada and abroad. More broadly speaking, the Convention on the Rights of the Child should be included in the section on the best interest of the child. Unfortunately, departmental officials appeared before us at committee to tell us that we didn't need to include the Convention on the Rights of the Child because it went without saying that Canadian courts must respect international conventions, including the International Convention on the Rights of the Child. However, several witnesses told us that putting it in specifically, not in the preamble, but also in the text of the Act, would help better take into account the principles contained in the Convention. But unfortunately, those views were not retained. At the same time, it's also very important for services and resources be made available to children to provide psychological support. It is also fundamental for the best interest of the child, all children, be taken into consideration. The rights of Indigenous children, their culture, their religion, and their languages must be acknowledged under Clause F, 16.3F, on the interest of the child. UNICEF Canada appeared before committee and spoke in favor of that point. It is clear to their mind that the International Convention on the Rights of the Child supports the principle of taking into account the culture of Indigenous children. And here again, we can, as I said, turn to Section 30 of the Convention, which acknowledges and recognizes the rights of Indigenous children to benefit from their culture, to profess and practice their religion, and to use their language in common with other members of their group. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read some quotes from witnesses who appeared before committee in support of the representation for the child. Valerie Ivrin, a professor from the University of Victoria, appeared before the committee, and she shared her concerns about the impact of divorce on families. And she said Canadian families need more integrated services like data analysis, the involvement of a professional team, and the representation, legal representation for children. Now, in order to have professional services, of course, under this Act, we need to turn to the provinces because the enforcement of the Act is the responsibility of the provinces. We know when it comes to health services and social services. Barbara Lando, who appeared before the committee as well, she said, I'm not saying that lawyers shouldn't be speaking to children, but judges should not. That putting a child in a court and having a judge, or into a room and having a judge question a child is not the best situation. It's best for professionals to do so. Questioning a child as part of this process is very helpful. Cases are often resolved immediately when someone is there to communicate with the parents and share with them the concerns of the child. In the event of divorce, lawyers represent parents, one parent or the other, and both parents are concerned about the situation facing their child. This process is such that the interest of the child can sometimes be lost, and that is not intentional. But having a professional there to speak on behalf of the child, as someone who's not intimidated by the legal framework, is something that will enable us to say that the rights and the best interests of the child are being taken into account. I'd also like to address some aspects relating to family violence. First of all, integrating into the Act a definition of family violence is an excellent thing. The definition is intentionally very broad in order to take into account the complex nature and various types of family violence. Nonetheless, many associations rightly drew our attention to the importance of explicitly recognizing in the definition of family violence that it is a type of violence against women. The objective is not to downplay cases of violence against men, but instead to recognize a fact that family violence, in the vast majority of cases, is such that most times men are inflicting violence upon women. We must also clarify in the bill that family violence is an exception to the use of alternative methods for dispute settlement. Many organizations and academics as well felt that moving beyond the judicial institution would not provide additional resources for parents. And as a result, my third point is that it's absolutely essential to include in this bill various provisions to train justice professionals so that they can detect, understand, and deal with family violence. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take a few moments to pay tribute to two community organizations in my riding that are doing incredible work on a daily basis for children as part of divorce and for all women facing domestic violence. The expertise of these organizations was very helpful to me. It helped me to understand and to prepare for the work at committee on this important file. I want to start by thanking the association called Le Petit Pont, which helps to create and maintain a family-child link in a neutral environment in the event of separation and conflict. The interest of the child and the child's safety, physical and psychological, are the priority for this organization that works in Saint-Hyacinthe and Longueuil. I also want to share with you my gratitude to the organization called La Clé sur la Porte, which has for 37 years taken in 4,000 women from all regions of Quebec. In addition to providing shelter for victims of domestic violence in Saint-Hyacinthe, this also provides services in Actonville and Belleuil. La Clé sur la Porte has an approach focused on the safety of women and children. These two organizations note on a daily basis the ravages caused by domestic violence and the indirect consequences on children, whose well-being, we all know, is closely linked to that of their parents. These organizations could explain the importance of the three changes that I have just shared with the House. Thirdly, and this is my final point, Mr. Speaker, nothing in the bill, nor in the comments made by the minister, convince me of the effectiveness of this bill when it comes to reducing poverty. The provisions designed to facilitate the support payments are a good thing, but what do we do in a situation where the parent required to pay does not have the means to do so? In addition, access to justice is limited for families who are in fragile economic situations. Divorce is costly. Lawyers are expensive. Notaries public are expensive. Incomes decrease because of separation. The use of alternative methods for dispute resolution, made mandatory under the bill, may well be effective when it comes to conflict resolution, but they might well at the same time create new inequalities in terms of access to justice, because these provisions are also very costly. Therefore, it is of the utmost importance for the necessary funds to accompany this bill to support underprivileged citizens and to guarantee real equality in access to justice. We need to see funding transferred to the provinces to set up teams of professionals, because we all know many witnesses spoke to this, and many of them said that because of a financial situation, they called upon psychological professionals for support for their children. They could go out and obtain resources, but in light of their experiences, they felt it was important to say that for them, they knew full well that not all families had access to the same resources, and as a result, children in more underprivileged families, often had more difficulty facing the situation. So we need to ensure that the social services are available, that that resources are there, because access to justice is increasingly limited. All Canadians need to have equal access to justice. If the Liberals really intend to reduce child poverty, C-78 will not make that possible. The Minister of Justice earlier said that C-78 would also be assisted by the Canada Child Benefit, but that can't resolve all problems. So I'd like it to take the recommendation by the Minister and offer some advice on how to reduce child poverty. To do so, we need to develop a true national strategy to eliminate child poverty. It's not enough to simply establish targets. We also need to provide the necessary resources, because the current strategy will not help us to achieve that objective. We need to build affordable housing units for families, seniors, and people in need now. We know that far too many of our fellow citizens pay more than 30% of, and in some regions, in fact, 50%, or 50% of people in some regions pay more than 30% of their income for housing. We also need universal child care and pharmacare plans for all. A minimum wage of at least $15 an hour. Those are true social policies that will help to reduce poverty, child poverty. I hope that we will not stop halfway and that the government will take into account the recommendations that were made by witnesses as well as by the opposition. After all, we have to take into account what's best for our families, and I was very impressed by how prepared all witnesses who appeared before committee were. We had amendments. They were not adopted. But I hope that as part of the work in this House will enable us to go even farther, because we all want the best for our families and, above all, for our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I humbly rise for the first time in this new chamber, and I appreciated the comments and the speech by the member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot, and I also appreciate her participation on the Justice Committee. The member spoke about the impact of poverty on children. And I'd like to point out that women's poverty is connected to child poverty.
2 million people in Canada are living in divorced or separated families. We also know that there are over $1 billion in arrears for payments of income support after the result of a divorce or separation. We know that 60% of all of that bucket is in enforcement proceedings. And when you look at who's in enforcement, who's paying whom, 96% of the time it is a man who is owing money to a woman. I wanted to ask the member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte about her views on how a bill such as this, which has different aspects of government talking to one another and facilitates the payment of support, will actually assist those women, particularly those women that are caring for children on their own, in terms of alleviating the poverty that she's mentioned, the poverty of women and the poverty of children. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed, we saw this in committee. A number of women's groups felt it important to come and appear before our committee because women who often find themselves in a situation of poverty following a divorce. And that's why it's important, and that's why I think this bill doesn't go far enough. What needs to be done? The representatives from the Quebec Bar appeared before us, and in Quebec there are already rules for going after support. But in a situation where both parents are in financial straits, even if the court says that there's a requirement to pay support for the children, there are situations where the mother doesn't get the support because the father can't afford to pay it, and that's a problem. And I think it should also be very clearly stated that this bill will not apply to common law spouses. And in Quebec, where 40% of couples, whereas in other parts of the country it's 50%, so the majority of couples will not have this bill apply to them, because it's the Divorce Act, and if they're not married, if they're cohabiting without a marriage, if they're common law, well then this bill won't apply to them. And the children, of course, will find themselves in a situation where they'll have very little recourse, if any, to have their needs met following a divorce. And I think especially in Quebec, we have to think about this, particularly because we have a higher percentage of common law couples, and that's growing. It has been over the past few decades. So we need to look at how we can help all families deal with these situations of divorce and separation. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give a big thank you to my colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, particularly because she raised the issue of children's rights. I myself am of the view that this is a big agenda for everyone respecting children's rights. We have the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which, of course, as she mentioned, Canada is a party to that convention, but it's not mentioned in this bill. My question for my colleague is, does she agree with me that we should have a federal office, like we see in the provinces all across Canada, a federal office to defend children's rights, an advocate for children, a children's champion, if you will, that would take a holistic approach to defending the rights of children? Canadian society and federal government, someone to make sure that the federal government doesn't encroach on those rights. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question because, indeed, although one of the purposes of this bill is to put the best interests of the child up front and center in these proceedings. A number of witnesses spoke about their experiences helping couples go through divorce proceedings over decades. Many of those witnesses told us how, and you have to say, that these are adversarial proceedings. There's conflict, and often the children are neglected, not necessarily because the parents want to, but it's an adversarial process, and children are often a third party to the proceedings. So if there were a federal body, along with provincial bodies, if there were mechanisms and resources to see to it that children's interests were well represented, then we could ensure that all throughout the proceedings, someone who is an expert, because often the child will hear what one parent says or what another parent says. They may have only partial information about the proceedings, so there really should be a third party whose only job is to see to it that the child's best interests are represented all throughout the proceedings. Someone who understands the court proceedings, who knows when it's time for the child's interests to be expressed. Someone who is constantly aware of the child's perspective. Unfortunately, some lawyers told us that some judges, not all judges, but some judges are not in the best position to speak to a child. They're not all that good at speaking to children. The proceedings may be overwhelming or intimidating, so it's important for the child to have an opportunity to testify in a comfortable setting where the child is trusting. And often the child is caught between the two parents and doesn't dare say something for fear of displeasing one parent or the other. So this would be an opportunity for the child to speak in a neutral setting in the context of divorce proceedings, and that would be a way of making sure that the child's interests were taken seriously and were put front and center in the divorce proceedings. And that's what a number of witnesses told us. They told us we need to move forward. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière, a very brief question, please. Around 30 seconds, and then 30 seconds for an answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, who does outstanding work both in her riding on behalf of her constituents, but also at committee. So we're talking about Bill C-78, and I'd like her to remind us briefly about the rights of Indigenous children. This is an amendment that the NDP put forward at committee, and I'd like her to speak briefly about that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, briefly, please. Yes. When we're talking about integrating the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, that was one of the reasons for that was, and this point was made very clearly, that incorporating the UN Convention would make it possible to better recognize the rights of Indigenous children. The right to be recognized, to have their culture recognized, to have a legal system that enables Indigenous children to be represented in their environment, in their language. So this is a concern that was raised by a number of witnesses. We need to keep in mind, we know it's our responsibility federally. This cannot be delegated and you can't pass the buck to the provinces. It's a federal responsibility to ensure that C-78 takes into account the best interests of Indigenous children. Thank you. Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Saanich Gulf Islands Natural Resources, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Canada Post Corporation.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte on the dairy industry.
Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise for my first full speech in our new chamber, I want to begin by acknowledging we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people, expressing our gratitude for their patience and hospitality. Miigwech. Mr. Speaker, there could not be a topic that's more fraught emotionally than child custody disputes in marital breakdowns. And it certainly isn't new. As I pondered, having been in the deep weeds of this bill through clause by clause with my many amendments, to step back at report stage and really think about our topic, it struck me how very long humanity has struggled with the difficulties, as my honourable colleague mentioned earlier, that from St. Albert, that judges have a hard time with these decisions. It put me in mind of the first book of Kings, the wisdom of Solomon, and that it was 2,500 years ago that the quite well-known story of two women coming to King Solomon with the claim that a baby was theirs. It was a child custody dispute 2,500 years ago, and in trying to discern who was the real mother, we all know the story, King Solomon said, "Bring me a sword. I'll cut the child in half, and I'll give half to each one of these women." And of course, the real mother said, "Don't. Give the child to the other woman." So, of course, that's when King Solomon said, "Well, now I know who the real mother is," and that's that. Our courts still struggle, and when they get it wrong, sometimes children die. It's still the case in this day and age, and perhaps increasingly so, as violence against an intimate partner sometimes turns into revenge against that intimate partner. I wanted to start because I raised these two cases when this bill came forward for first reading, and I raised them to our then Minister of Justice to ask, will this bill help in these cases? I now believe it will, or more accurately, it might. So the two cases I want to raise with you are two women from Vancouver Island, where I live, both of whom lost their children because a judge wouldn't listen to them in a dispute over custody. One is a case that's been raised in this House many times. Back in 2015, Allison Azer's children were taken on a vacation over her objections. The judge ruled that her former spouse, who was a very well-respected doctor, in fact, he even was in the kind of echelons where he was at least an acquaintance of our former Prime Minister. So he was respected in the community, and the court took his word that in taking Allison's children on holiday, he would bring them back. Allison Azer begged the judge not to give the passports of her children to her former spouse, who was originally from Iraq. She was terrified the children might be kept there, and that's in fact what's happened. The children, Canadian citizens, still live overseas. Sharan, Rajivan, Dirsim, and Netan have now been so culturally and, well, just egregiously alienated from their own mother that when she finally got a chance to see them, they were not willing to run to her arms. It's one of those things that just breaks your heart. But the judge didn't listen to Allison. The next case is, if anything, worse. It is worse. And January 2018, over 1,000 people crammed into Christchurch Cathedral in Victoria for the funeral of Chloe and Aubrey Berry, who were murdered by their father on Christmas. And I was one of those mourners. I've never been through anything as difficult. The clergy struggled to find meaning, to give people hope, because those little angels were adored by their classmates, their family. Of course they were. They were beautiful little girls, and murdered by their father. Now, their mother also sought to convince a judge that there should not be unsupervised visits for her children with their father. And tragically, not just unfortunately, tragically, the judge didn't see evidence that there was existing evidence of threat or harm that was sufficient to deny the father an unsupervised visit. That mother's name is Sarah Cotton. And when I talked to Sarah afterwards at the reception with the mourners, she was startling in her clarity. She was articulate and asked me to help work to make sure that what happened to her wouldn't happen to other mothers, that the family court system had to change, that judges had to be prepared to listen, and that they shouldn't be so concerned with their rights of access to a father that they should ignore the cries of a mother, that there was reason to be concerned. So, the rest of what I'm going to say about Bill C-78 is dedicated to Allison and Sarah, extraordinary mothers who've lost their children because they couldn't convince a judge to listen to them about the threat of allowing those children to go with their father, either overseas or for a Christmas visit that ended in the children's murder. Now, where I find hope in this bill is in the recognition of family violence and the way in which the definition section of the bill allows for a lot of consideration by a judge of a definition that falls short of they've already been hurt, he's made specific threats. And I should step back and say, in some contexts, it's not a mother and a father. It could be a mother that's a threat, and we're also dealing in situations which are not cisgendered individuals in all cases who are always in hetero relationships. We recognize that gender violence and gender inequity, it transcends hetero norms. But let me just continue with the normal way in which, not normal, with the traditional way in which we talk about family violence, which is generally the case that interspousal violence tends to be a father making threats and a mother who's in the weaker situation, either economically or in terms of the power imbalance, as has been referred to by other members. In this definition of family violence, which is, I think, what makes it helpful, it's not it's not an exclusive list. It uses examples, but it's not a closed list. So it defines family violence as any conduct, whether or not the conduct constitutes a criminal offense, by a family member towards another family member that is violent or threatening, or that constitutes a pattern of coercive and controlling behavior, or that causes that other family member to fear for their own safety or for that of another person, and in the case of a child, the direct or indirect exposure to such conduct, and includes, and then we have a non-exclusive list of A till I. I found it impressive, really, in terms of recognizing psychological abuse, and also recognizing that it's a real warning sign of, under subsection H, threats to kill or harm an animal. You know, a threat against a family pet. If a judge hears that now, the judge should say, okay, that falls within this definition of family violence, and we ought to take action to protect these children. We need to think of all these elements. It's not going to be perfect because judges will continue to make mistakes. But I hope that the recognition in this first reform in more than 20 years of our family law will direct the mind of judges to these various elements of family violence, to psychological stress. And there's no question that there are times, and we know them in family law in Canada in recent times. I certainly used to practice a little bit of family law. I found it very difficult because it's so emotional. But we certainly know that there were some times that because it became so confrontational, that there would be false charges against one partner or the other in an effort to gain custody. So, but the larger risk is if you don't listen to the parent who's really concerned that the child might be at risk, if the parenting time, as we now describe it, is allocated to a parent who may be capable of kidnapping their own children and alienating one parent from their children, doing huge psychological damage to the children, or in the worst case, as I've mentioned, capable of murder. So that I think is an improvement. The injection of a more sophisticated understanding of family violence, the context of it, and defining it is certainly an improvement. I also, of course, this law is primarily child-centered legislation. It's much closer to what we've had in British Columbia for some years, which is under the British Columbia family law, a focus on the best interests of the child. So it's again interesting that the two cases I've raised took place in BC, even though they had this kind of framework of focus on the best interests of the children. It suggests that the changes are going to be cultural, are going to be training. But I hope that this legislation is going to protect children. Its goal is certainly to always have paramount the best interests of the child, and it's for that reason that I support this legislation. It does have some other substantial improvements that are more about logistics, but one of them I just referenced all too briefly. When we use language about custody and access, we created it, perhaps inadvertently, more of a contested, gladiatorial struggle to win custody, to be acknowledged as essentially the better parent. It created, in an emotional context, marriage breakdowns are certainly about the most emotional time in a person's life, and the children were often treated as the spoils of war, and the word custody tended to fuel that. At least that's what the drafters of this legislation must have considered in changing the language. And a lot of family law experts who testified to the committee said that they hoped this would take away some of that notion of winners and losers, of winning custody. Because we now talk about parenting time. And parenting time is described in ways that suggest that it's shared. Parenting time requires responsible behavior during that parenting time. I think it's progress. I think it will help take out some of the conflict. I certainly hope so. As I said earlier, at least it might. Another big improvement in this legislation, and long overdue, is that it allows a judge to access income information about one or the other parent from other government sources. We certainly know that it has delayed these cases. It has cost the court time. It has already stressed out parents, and particularly where one spouse has more income than the other, which is often the case, where they're resistant to disclose voluntarily. Now the judge has an access to get other information from other government sources. This will help for sure, and is a win-win-win in a couple of different directions. It's already been discussed at some length that the improvements around a legislated test for the question of one parent moving to another location with a child, and how that affects the other parent and access to parenting time. The rules here will, by being legislated, create a lot more certainty than in the past, where we were dealing essentially with the Supreme Court case of the 1996 case of Gurdon and Gertz. This effort to legislate the test for mobility is clearly progress. And another thing that I think is worth reinforcing here is that in cases where family violence isn't at play, opportunities to go to mediation, certainly an improvement. Anything that takes the adversarial nature of family breakdown turns down that temperature and makes it all about what's in the best interest of the child. And there's no doubt, and I was trained as a lawyer, I've mentioned that before, it's an adversarial thing. We're taught to go into courtrooms and win. That's not helpful. If in a family breakdown situation you can avoid lawyers and avoid courts and work through mediation, everyone will be better off, except the lawyers. Well, that's okay. Well, I'd so hope that the kind of cooperative law that we've seen that's developing across Canada, the access to mediation, which is stressed in this bill, will help families get through this crisis period in their lives with their relationships intact. It certainly is the most helpful thing for the children. Now, I did mention I brought forward a number of amendments. My amendments weren't accepted. I wanted to see an amendment that dealt with this issue of maximum access. And there was a Liberal amendment that was quite similar. I hope that we'll see that playing out in a way that addresses some of the concerns that were raised by legal experts. I also have put forward amendments to have more of a focus on the question of the judge turning his or her mind to the specific issues when a child is Indigenous. We've seen far too many Indigenous children in this country taken from their families historically and currently, and we need to pay attention to that and wherever possible ensure that a child is in a community, is in their culture, has access to their language, access to other relatives. The Indigenous nature of child custody is referenced in the bill, but not as completely as it would have been had my amendments been accepted. As I've said, though, Mr. Speaker, this bill is substantial reform of family law in Canada. It's long overdue. I so hope it works. And I hope it works to avoid ever again the tragedies that I've mentioned already. There can be nothing worse for any parent than to lose their children. And losing them in divorce is tough. Losing them forever is unbearable. And I hope and pray that this legislation will be followed up with additional funding, more training, perhaps mandatory training for judges to think through these cases, read and think about Aubrey, read and think about Chloe, about Allison's children, and whether when they're dealing with the case in front of them, they think, what's the worst thing that can happen if I get this wrong? Because that's ultimately the burden that judges carry. And I wouldn't want to be the judges who said, I don't worry about the Azer children going overseas. I don't worry about the Barry girls going to their father at Christmas. We need to, all of us, make the best interest of the child the guiding light of all family law. And indeed, I couldn't agree more with my honourable colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bigot. It would have been better had this legislation included an acknowledgement of our obligations under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. But there's much more that can still be done by establishing, as we have worked for years in this country, particularly retired Senator Landon Pearson led the charge to have a child advocate at the federal level to look at all the broad range of issues as they affect our children. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank this House for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-78. I look forward to voting for it at report stage and third reading and seeing it go to the Senate, where potentially they may go back to some of the amendments that failed in the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. Her contributions at committee with the amendments she proposed, always well-reasoned, were much appreciated. And whether we come down on the same side or not on her amendments, I always enjoy discussing them with her. My honourable colleague covered multiple aspects of the bill, but I wanted to ask her one question about an area she did not cover. She was present when the committee unanimously adopted an amendment guaranteeing the right to divorce in either English or French in every province in Canada. As my honourable colleague had mentioned in her speech, only a certain number of divorces actually go to court. Theirs is the most confrontational, the most controversial, and people are incredibly emotional. It's often the only time that they're actually in contact with the justice system. And it is only right that they be able to do this in their own language. And if she did not have an opportunity to vote on those amendments, I would like to know how she would have voted.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank the honourable member for Mount Royal for being such a fair chair in circumstances where, as he will know, I've constantly complained of the process that forces me to bring amendments to committee at clause by clause rather than bring them forward at report stage here, which was the right I would otherwise have had. But that's the reason, if anyone's wondering, why I couldn't vote. I don't have rights at the committee to vote on my amendments. I can speak to them, and if I had had a vote, it would have remained unanimous.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her comments and certainly acknowledge the horrific cases involving Aubrey and Chloe Berry on Christmas Day of last year, and of what has happened to the Azer children. Allison comes from St. Albert, and her older children went to school in St. Albert while they were there. And I've met teachers who taught her kids. And I had the opportunity to meet with Allison many times as she came here to fight for the return of her children. And her incredible determination is inspiring in the face of such adversity, and it's so tragic that unfortunately she hasn't been reunited with her children. But I do want to ask the member about the issue of changing some of the language in terms of custody and access. On balance, I think it is a positive, but there was some concern raised from some witnesses about the impact that might have on matters in which there's an international component. For example, a father who abducted his children in Pakistan. It was said that the court in Pakistan was very insistent, or it was very helpful to have that term custody, that the mother had custody. So I was wondering if the member might speak to that. And also just the fact that in terms of some child support and immigration domestic legislation, that custody and access are the terms that are used.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton. And I hadn't realized the connection that he had directly with Allison Azer and the children in St. Albert. I've always thought of them as children from Vancouver Island, but it remains heartbreaking, especially when you were close to Allison's an amazing woman. Look, I think that we are making progress by calling it parenting time. Other courts and other jurisdictions have problems. I had a horrific case of a child who was kidnapped by a non-custodial parent and taken to New Hampshire, where the New Hampshire courts looked at a custody order from the province of British Columbia as if it had come out of a Crack-a-Jack box. They didn't give a fig what the courts in British Columbia had said. They said that this non-custodial father who had broken the orders of the province of British Columbia had no bearing for them. Now, there are international conventions, I got deeply involved with them, about the return of children when you go into this kind of situation. It's very difficult, and I don't think the wording, my point is, I don't think the wording will be definitive. It's a matter of the Canadian government getting behind the treaty, working to get children who've been kidnapped by a non-custodial parent, getting the reciprocal government to recognize that right under the treaty. And I think the clarity that our Minister of Justice or the Prime Minister could use in a situation like that to say, in the context of our Divorce Act, parenting time conveys rights that other parent didn't have. So I think we'll work through it just fine. I think the benefits for not using the word custody and access in our family law legislation federally far outweigh the risks of another jurisdiction not understanding our law. Because if you can't get the United States of America to understand that British Columbia's Supreme Court is actually a responsible court with jurisdiction, knowledge, and clout, and language that was at that time the same, I think we're going to have problems whenever we have transboundary issues with children.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I was very pleased to vote in favor of most of her amendments, even though, of course, it was a symbolic gesture. Now, we heard someone before our committee who said, and she was speaking on behalf of her association and a very broad women's coalition, she said that they believed that there should be a definition of violence against women, that it should be defined as gender-based discrimination. And it also said that women are subject to other forms of discrimination as well, whether it has to do with race, gender expression, sexual orientation, refugee or immigration status, social condition, age, and disability. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that amendment having been rejected. That is to say that the definition of violence against women be broadened to include all those factors. Do you think it might help the scope of this bill if we were to include it? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I absolutely agree with my colleague, because we heard that testimony, and it was very substantive. I do believe that Bill C-78 is a huge improvement and a big step forward when it comes to the families and the rights of women. But of course, the rights of women always have to be strengthened and improved. Now, I think, though, that the definition that's included in the bill of family violence is a step forward for women's rights.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. A very brief question, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide her thoughts and comments in regards to the issue when you think of custody-related issues during a family breakup. The costs are becoming fairly prohibitive for family members, and really the biggest disadvantage that is to the children when they have to pay so much in terms of courts. And if she could maybe just share with us her thoughts on that issue. I know from a personal perspective that it would be nice, and this is one of the reasons why it's good to see this legislation, is it at least starts to begin to deal with the issue in a much broader sense, but brings more attention to the issue at hand in itself.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend from Winnipeg North. You know, when we're looking at the economic impacts of family breakdown, and especially in light of the last conversation about the impacts on women, it's very much the case empirically that women suffer more economically in family breakdown, and that most of the single-parent households in Canada are single-parent households where the woman is raising the children and responsible for economic support and has all these additional burdens. If you add that up to the ruins and the spoils of war approach to a divorce, the legal bills, the court bills, I mean, the bills that you have in having your own lawyer, sometimes your own accountant, these costs are large. Time to find, to go into a court, when you get into actually having to make court appearances, you've also got childcare costs. All these costs mount up. So one of the advantages I know that this bill attempts to achieve is more efficiency, speedier handling, wherever possible, moving to mediation, as well as, of course, the fact that a judge can give an order to force a resistant parent to provide the information about their financial situation. All of this should reduce the overall burden of costs in family breakdown.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak for the first time in the new House of Commons. It's vast, it's very big, and I'm sure that that will encourage us to make big speeches in all of the years that we will be here, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak. I want to start by underscoring the important work of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, especially our cabinet, shadow cabinet minister member. He has a full understanding of all of these issues in Bill C-78, and I thank him for his very precious advice and comments. This bill, Mr. Speaker, and for people listening to us, is an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act. And we'll have an opportunity to go into the details a little later, but I'd like to take a few moments here because I have an opportunity to underscore how lucky I've been to have never gone through divorce. I've been married to an extraordinary woman for 27 years. We have made it through highs and lows together. And I must admit, there have been excellent times over the years. We have 3 children together. There are pride and joy. And as, or like many parents, we've always made decisions in the best interest of our children. In the best interest of our children. Sometimes that yielded good results, sometimes not, but we can't say that we didn't try to do our best for our children. The discussions, the complicity between us, with my partner, Caro, and like many of my colleagues, I hope to have this situation for years to come. But I do acknowledge that situations aren't all like this, and sometimes situations end badly. And unfortunately, children are often at the heart of these difficult times. There are divorces that are not necessarily very easy times at all. Some are, in fact, very difficult. There are fights over the children, violence. Children become objects that are fought over. We talked about who would win custody, who loses custody, and that was the way it's been, in fact, when a couple goes to court as part of this very long and difficult process. But at the same time, we have to take into account emotions, people who are hurt, angry, in short, all kinds of factors that make appearing in the justice system difficult for the first time. Then there's the material side of things, but when it comes time to talk about custody, who the best parent is, in recent years, there was a win-lose kind of situation. People talked about winning custody of the children, etc. So it was high time, in my view, to undertake a comprehensive review of the Act and to modernize it. Now, there are many things that this bill will change the terminology regarding custody and access, and to focus more on the role of the parents. So we'll eliminate this war over who wins and who loses. There will be a list of criteria for the children and create obligations for parties to encourage recourse to a dispute settlement mechanism. Now, I know that in Quebec we've already got a process in place, but putting it in the court and the Act will, in fact, make those proceedings part of it, and I think that's very important. It can be very difficult to be successful in marriage, and it can also be very difficult to divorce. And there's not always a need to go to court and to pay huge fees to lawyers over weeks and months. There are other ways of achieving that, and this bill will make that possible. It also includes measures to help deal with family violence. I'll come back to that. It establishes a system for children, simplifies some processes when it comes to support. Now, Mr. Speaker, those are the broad principles of this bill, and it should enable us to achieve fundamental objectives, which will mean promoting the best interests of the child while focusing at the same time on maintaining the child interests as an absolute priority when parenting decisions are made. Secondly, to address family violence by requiring courts to take into account parental violence, its repercussions on children. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, to help reduce child poverty by providing additional tools for support, and finally, making Canada's family justice system more accessible and efficient by simplifying various definitions and processes, by having additional flexibility for support, and by enabling administrative services in the provinces to execute certain tasks that currently fall to the courts, and by looking for other ways of resolving disputes than going through the courts. Now, as I said to Mr. Speaker, these provisions aim to promote the best interests of the child at all times. And children are often the victims of a failed relationship. Children didn't ask to be born into the family they're born into. Some are more fortunate than others in that regard. But it's very easy in a separation, when it's very emotional, for the situation to become very difficult for children. Everyone has heard stories about young people who've been through difficult divorces and who subsequently have trouble for many years, in fact, overcoming it. They're always marked by those difficult times. So, Mr. Speaker, after 30 years, having a law that enables us to promote the best interests of the child is normal, and it's hard to understand why we waited so long before moving to make these changes. Because this act hasn't been updated, and the other acts I mentioned, for over 30 years. Yet the reality of Canadian families has changed significantly over the years. We see that this is a reality, or the reality is that there are more divorces now than when the legislation first came into force. Here are some statistics. According to the census in 2016, 5 million Canadians separated or divorced between 1991 and 2001. 38% had a child together at the time of separation or divorce. Allow me to clarify that the legislation we're talking about today only deals with divorce. We're not talking about common-law spouses. We're talking about partners legally married. Many lived in separated families, according to the census from 2016, Mr. Speaker. And more than 1 million children of separated families live in a single-parent home, and 1 million children who lived in this situation. Now, so Mr. Speaker, when we talk about separation, we also talk about the creation of single-parent families, oftentimes where women are the head of household. Oftentimes they are in a situation of poverty, more so than with a two-parent family. When divorce occurs, money is often tight, Mr. Speaker, so it's often difficult, and it's important for legislators to take into account that reality. So, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons why we agree with this bill is that it will promote the best interest of the child. That will be a priority. It will also help address family violence, help reduce child poverty, and it will make the Canadian family justice system more accessible and efficient. Those points need to be defended. Now, I hope that the people opposite don't expect us to agree with all aspects of C-78, Mr. Speaker. There are some that warranted further consideration, and I know that members of the Justice Committee had made some recommendations to change the Act. They proposed some amendments that weren't retained. And one of them that caught my attention was the possibility for parental responsibility, shared parental responsibility. Now, it's not always possible, Mr. Speaker, but I know people who have done better in divorce than they did while they were married. And it is that possibility would make it possible to achieve a good agreement, and this shared parental responsibility could have provided greater flexibility. It has worked. It wouldn't work in all cases, I agree, but we could have enabled the judges to consider using that determining factor. Now, I have to mention important changes to the Act that were made by the committee. On December 5th, an amendment was adopted regarding the use of the official language of one's choice, and I think that's very important across the country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Mégantic will have 8 minutes. The next time this bill is before the House. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of a private member's business as listed on today's order paper. Private member's business. Bill C-420, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act. Standing in the name of Mr. Marcil. Mr. Marcil, seconded by Mr. Marcil, moves that the bill C-420, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Official Languages Act and the Canada Business Corporations Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities. Debate. The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in this House to speak to my bill, Bill C-420, which aims to strengthen the rights of workers under federal jurisdiction. First of all, it should be noted that labour relations in Quebec are governed by Quebec legislation, except for employees in federally regulated sectors. Ports, airports, banks, interprovincial or international transportation companies. All people working in those sectors are subject to a different legislative regime, and as I will show, to different standards that are not worthy of the 21st century. In short, there are two categories of workers in Quebec. And that, as a former union rep, as a father, and as a proud representative of the people of Mirabel, who are also workers, is something that I cannot accept. With my bill, Bill C-420, the Bloc Québécois aims to remedy three major shortcomings that violate the workers' ability to express their rights and endangers people. First of all, Bill C-420 aims to ban the use of strike breakers. An anti-scab law, like the one found in Quebec since 1977, is part of social justice. In the federal government, at the federal level, the employer simply needs to pretend to be negotiating with the union to show good faith and have the right to hire scabs. What a farce. Because we know who has the upper hand. In addition, using scabs makes labor conflicts 2.5 times longer. Not only is this disgusting, but it's also dangerous for social peace. It causes longer, more violent conflicts. And what happens after that? Well, once everyone ends up hating each other, it's impossible to reach a good agreement, and special legislation is slapped on, like we did with Canada Post. Congratulations, the Liberals, you're experts at that. So a special legislation is brought in to ram the collective agreements down their throats. Now, Madam Speaker, it's hardly the first time that these changes have been proposed here. It's in fact the 12th time that the Bloc Québécois has tabled a bill like this. The Dean of the House, my colleague, the member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel, had tabled a bill, an anti-scab bill, during his first mandate, back when there were no cell phones and no internet. And even at that time, it didn't work. Anti-strike breaker legislation is important. He's been here for 35 years, and the federal government is still using the scabs. 35 years ago, Quebecers were already calling for Ottawa to ban this practice, but Ottawa never took any action. No later than 2016, the federal government turned to scabs in the labour conflict with the workers in the old port in Montreal, and we haven't forgotten that, Madam Speaker. Secondly, we're also amending the Act so that pregnant or nursing women have the right to preventative withdrawal when necessary with appropriate compensation. All female workers should be covered by Quebec's legislation when they work in Quebec, regardless of whether their employer is under federal jurisdiction. Labour laws in Canada, the Canadian labour law is 40 years behind Quebec law. It's simply like it comes from another generation. And it's unacceptable for women to even have to consider jeopardizing their health or that of their child by working too long because they don't have the means or they can't afford to withdraw to protect their health. Now, this is a problem with salaries, but also occupational health and safety. This is a G7 country here. It's inconceivable for Canada to have such an archaic law. Now, we also want to ensure that the Charter of the French language applies to federally regulated workplaces. French is the language of work in Quebec, the language of culture, the language of political life. It's the common language. It should be true for all involved, including sectors managed by Ottawa. The number of companies federally regulated where employees are required to speak English or have to speak English are located in Quebec. The common language in Quebec is French. Whether people are happy about that or not, it's simply the fact. Now, in short, we want to force the federal government to come into the 21st century because being 40 years behind on an issue such as labor laws, well, most people are workers. Some people work in factories. Some people here travel around in limousines, but everyday Canadians work. We call them workers. And by not taking action for decades, while Quebec was changing and evolving, the federal government has remained in the past, and the gap between Quebec and Canadian society has gotten bigger. We're not just talking about this file, but a number of other files as well. The labor laws are 40 years behind because it's incredible that it's the case. As Quebec was putting in place a real family parental leave program, as Quebec was setting up low-cost daycares so that women don't have to make an agonizing choice between their careers and their children, nothing was done in Ottawa. And as a result, today, accepting a job in a federally regulated sector in Quebec is like going back in time in a time machine. Now, as I said at the outset, there are two categories of workers in Quebec: those who are subject to Quebec legislation and those who are unfortunately caught in the past under federal legislation. Since there aren't two categories of citizens in Quebec, there can't be two categories of workers either. But Ottawa has refused to remedy this injustice for decades. Regardless of who takes power, the Liberals or the Conservatives, nothing changes. But the Federalist parties don't take the power, like the NDP, are incapable of offering Quebecers working under federal jurisdiction the same rights as other workers. Now, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, it's almost impossible to understand how the federal government can be so narrow-minded. We're talking about rights, like speaking one's language. These rights are being denied year in and year out, and this has been happening for decades. It's impossible to explain it, but it shows the fundamental differences in our respective societies. In Quebec, we stand together. We haven't always had the choice to do so. In the past, we had to stand together so we didn't disappear. We've had to stand together to defend all rights we have achieved. And we've had to fight for everything we have gained. And that's why we stand with workers. We stand with workers because we are the workers. They're our families, our friends, our neighbors, our nation. We've given ourselves better labor laws because we want the government to serve us. Because we need to balance and reconcile family and work life. Because we want to work in an environment where we're comfortable, one that enables us to work in our language. Because work should never endanger women or their children. But we must do our utmost to ensure that having a family isn't a barrier to progressing professionally.
We want to have a world where everyone can flourish in their workplace. You spend so much time at work over the course of your lifetime. We think steps should be taken to make sure that it's not a living hell. The federal government clearly thinks differently. In Ottawa, allowing people to work in French, unfortunately, that apparently is an irritant to the federal government because they've been denying this right for decades. Allowing women to take a break from their jobs because the conditions are unacceptable when they're pregnant, that's obviously problematic because the federal government's been denying that for decades. And disallowing recourse to scabs is another thing that Ottawa has been refusing to do year after year. In Ottawa, when a woman tries to take parental leave, it's called unemployment. For this level of government, when a woman loses her job, when she comes back from maternity, instead of giving that woman EI, they say, tough luck, my dear. Because the federal government, that's not us. The government serves the great financial interests of the country on Bay Street. Their priority is business, not workers. The priority when it comes to work for the federal government is not workers, it's to make sure that strikes don't inconvenience the bosses because it's bad for business. Pregnant women and young mothers are not only going to miss work, but if they want to also get benefits, if they continue to receive their salary, the boss thinks that's a bad thing. This is really stuff that bugs bosses. And without even talking about employees who want to work in their language, they're a nuisance. They want to be treated like equals, and that's how Ottawa views these things. They look down on these people. The federal government, regardless of which party it is in power, serves the interests of big business. If you have $20 that you owe the federal government, they'll go after you tooth and nail. But big business and banks can send their money into tax havens with peace of mind because it's legal. Ottawa has always been at the service of the banks. Ottawa requires Quebecers to file 2 tax returns. Even though Quebec wants to take charge of this, the National Assembly has asked for that. Most honest workers, hard-working workers, can't afford to pay an accountant to file 2 tax returns for them. This would cut red tape for a small business to have to deal with only one government at tax time. It would allow Quebecers to hold banks accountable for all their profits that they use to vacation in the South. I would like to remind the member not to say you and to address your remarks through the chair, through the speaker. I know you're not speaking to me personally, but once again I would ask that the member speak to the chair and to the speaker and not to members opposite. No, I wasn't speaking to you, Madam Speaker, because, yes, but I think you have a head on your shoulders. I think you don't use tax havens. So let me find my place. Ottawa will never submit banks to such an affront because the federal government, as you've seen, is at the service of the banks. We in the Bloc Québécois think that legislation should meet the needs of people, of ordinary workers. Workers should be allowed to work in their language, in French. Speaking French at work would help build stronger connections in the workplace. That's part of living together in harmony. We in the Bloc Québécois think that young mothers deserve all the support that their colleagues get, and we think that this would enable a better work-life balance. We in the Bloc Québécois think the right to strike is a fundamental right. We think people have the right to defend their working conditions. We think that employers shouldn't be able to replace their workers which would be illegal anywhere else in Quebec except in federally regulated workplaces. We in the Bloc Québécois are interested in what Quebecers want. We take the side of people, not the side of pencil pushers who hide behind laws in order to treat their employees like second-class citizens. Quebec workers are entitled to dignity. All workers in Quebec, they have the right to be represented in Ottawa by members from Quebec who vote and make laws that serve the middle class and workers. That's what Quebec wants. That's what the Bloc wants. It's as simple as that. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've just debated the Divorce Act. The Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP unanimously on the Justice Committee agreed to pass this bill to allow for divorce proceedings in English and French all across Canada. We want our language minorities to flourish.
The opposite, Madam President. This bill takes away linguistic rights from one community, the English-speaking community of Quebec, the one community the Bloc Québécois couldn't care less about. The community that they believe shouldn't have the same rights as everybody else. The Official Languages Act, Madam President, says that civil servants working for the federal government have the right to work in English or French across the country. So, in their eyes, French-speaking Quebecers should have the right to work in French. French-speaking people outside Quebec could work in French. English-speaking people outside Quebec can work in English. But only English-speaking Quebecers would no longer have the right in the federal civil service to work in their language. What a disgrace, Madam President. Quelle honte!
It's shameful, Madam Speaker. Taking away the rights from a language minority that was there at the founding of Quebec. My question for the member is, why does he believe the English-speaking minority in Quebec should have fewer rights than everywhere else in Canada? The honourable member. That's not the purpose of my bill. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, but the member opposite is completely off track. What we're asking for is for our workers to be able to work in French in federally regulated workplaces. He's talking about the previous piece of legislation. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about anti-scab legislation. We're talking about working in French, and we're talking about women's rights. If the member had listened properly, maybe he could have asked a more pertinent question. Questions and comments?
And comments. The honourable member
for Mount Royal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did listen carefully to the member. He said he wants the Charter of the French language to apply to federal workers in Quebec, i.e., the only federal workers who would have the Charter apply would be federal workers in Quebec. It wouldn't apply elsewhere. In the federal public service, you have the right to work in English or French, in the language of your choice.
Their language, Francophones outside Quebec, Francophones in Quebec, English-speaking people outside Quebec, and what you're saying is that English-speaking Quebecers no longer have the same rights as every other federal civil servant to work in their language. Quelle honte, Madame.
It's shameful, Madam Speaker. I did listen. I listened accurately to the member opposite, and his party couldn't give a hoot about the English-speaking minority in Quebec. The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, it's surprising to hear a member from Quebec, where there's a consensus around Bill 101 and French as the working language, to stand up in the House and to say in English that I'm not doing my job. It's quite something. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Mount Royal. Madam Speaker, as a member from Quebec, I'm very proud to be Canadian. I'm very proud to be a member of our party to be able to stand up in the House of Commons of Canada and speak in English or in French on any issue.
Will defend both languages in the same way I did by ensuring that French-speaking people in British Columbia and French-speaking people in Newfoundland have the right to divorce in French when I chaired the Justice Committee and brought that amendment in that bill. I am proud that we stand in all other three parties for both official languages all across Canada, and only your party does not. Quelle honte!
It's shameful. I'd like to remind the member that he is to speak through the Speaker and not directly to members opposite. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I'm concerned by this, Madam Speaker. Could someone give the member opposite a Snickers? Because he's not himself. He's getting all red and he's completely off target, off track here.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Boy, to follow that up. Madam Speaker, thank you for permitting me to be part of the debate on Bill C-420, tabled by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais rappeler
First of all, I'd like to remind everyone what this bill provides.
Labor Code, also known as the Code, in order to accomplish three things.
First of all, it would prevent employers from hiring replacement workers to do the job of workers who are striking or locked out.
The Minister of Labour to enter into an agreement with the government of a province to provide for the application to pregnant and nursing employees of certain provisions of the provincial legislation concerning occupational health and safety.
Finally, Bill C-420 would amend the Act, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act to clarify the application of the Charter of the French language in Quebec.
Madam Speaker, tabling this bill gives us the opportunity to review the Government of Canada's actions, especially in regard to labour relations as well as working conditions for pregnant and nursing employees.
I'd like to take the time I have today to examine some of the things that have been done.
Bill 420 proposes to do with regard to replacement workers and labour relations reform in Canada. The bill seeks to amend the code to make it an offence for employers to hire replacement workers to perform the duties of employees who are on a lawful work stoppage. Any contravention of this provision would entail a fine of up to $10,000 for the employer. The bill would also permit an employer to not reinstate any locked out or striking employee at the end of the work stoppage. Madam Speaker, we have to keep in mind that amending the code can have an impact on labour relations if it's not done properly. Any proposed amendment requires a broader, comprehensive review of Part 1, as well as a tripartite consultation process which involves the government, the labour movement, and of course, employers. In fact, all concerned parties, including academics and external stakeholders, should be consulted, since these reforms affect a great number of Canadians across the country. It is a long-standing practice not to amend the code in a piecemeal fashion or without soliciting the input of affected stakeholders. You see, the current provisions in the code are the result of such a review and represent a carefully crafted compromise between the interests of employers and trade unions. Let me give you an example. In 1995, a working group mandated by the Minister of Labour led an extensive public consultation on Part 1 of the Code. Workers, employers, and government stakeholders were consulted, but also external stakeholders such as academics and others who could provide relevant insight. The working group's report, entitled Seeking a Balance, formed the basis of the significant changes to Part 1 of the Code that came into effect in 1999. The consultation process is critical to any legislative changes made to industrial relations at the federal level, and our government has always respected that. Madam Speaker, since our government took office, we have been committed to reestablishing a fair
and balanced approach to labor relations in Canada. Reestablishing a climate of collaboration and developing evidence-based policies, this is our objective. The very first step we took in that direction was to table C4 to repeal Bills 377 and 525. We did this because Bills 377 and 525 were both adopted without having been through the aforementioned tripartite consultation process typically applied to labor law reforms. This process is an essential part of the foundation that supports free collective bargaining. Let's talk now about pregnant and nursing employees. Madam Speaker, the health and safety of all workers, including pregnant and nursing workers, is a priority for our government. Let's not forget that federally regulated workers everywhere in Canada are very well protected by the strong provisions on preventative withdrawal provided for in the Code. In fact, the Code contains provisions on reassignments and leaves of absence for pregnant and nursing employees. These provisions provide protective measures to help them to pursue their employment in a safe environment. Madam Speaker, in addition to provisions already in place, our government has taken a number of actions to ensure the health and safety of all employees, including pregnant and nursing employees. First of all, we have put forward new compliance and enforcement measures for occupational health and safety standards, as well as labor standards. These measures include monetary penalties and administrative fees for employers who are repeat offenders, the authority to publish the names of these employers, greater power for inspectors, new recourse against reprisals, and improvements to the wage recovery process. Next, we have introduced amendments to the Code to give federally regulated private sector employees the right to request flexible work arrangements. We have also put forward a series of new leave provisions, including a 5-day personal leave, of which 3 days are paid, and 5 days of paid leave for victims of family violence, out of a total of 10 days of leave. In addition to these provisions, other recently introduced amendments to the Code will provide eligible working parents with improved accessibility to maternity and parental leave once these amendments come into effect. Madam Speaker, on top of all that, I must remind everyone that the government supported Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy. That bill is in the other House for review. Madam Speaker, let us now turn our attention to the Charter of the French language in Quebec. The 1982 Constitution Act, which enshrines English and French as our country's official languages, provides that both of these languages should be given equal status in all governmental and parliamentary institutions. Additionally, two separate statutes, the Quebec Charter and the Federal Official Languages Act, regulate the language of work in Quebec. And active companies in Quebec, including those incorporated under the Canada Business Corporations Act, are already required under provincial law to comply with the Charter of the French language. That includes being registered under a French name. Consider also, Madam Speaker, that the Labour Program has never received any complaints from federally regulated private sector employees in Quebec concerning inability to work in French. This is backed up by a 2013 government report that concluded that these employees in Quebec seem generally able to work in French in their workplace. And if we look at Quebec's 2016 census, there are, in fact, an increasing number of workers using French as their main language, or equally with English while on the job. Between 2006 and 2016, the rate of workers whose mother tongue is English and who mainly use French at work rose from about 23 to 25%. Meanwhile, workers whose mother tongue is a language other than English or French and who mainly use French on the job increased from 46.5% to about 48% during this same period.
As you can see, Madam Speaker, our government is proactive, not only on the issue of labor relations, but also on the issue of working conditions for all Canadians, including pregnant and nursing women, as well as language of the workplace in federally regulated workplaces in Quebec.
I would like to congratulate my colleague, the Honourable Member for Mirabel, for his important work on Bill C-420. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to participate in today's debate on Bill C-420, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act. At the outset, I will comment that it is important that as we debate this bill, it should be with the intent of striking the best balance between workers and employers. That should be our intent when we consider any legislation or policy reforms relating to our labor relation laws. Striking that balance is in the interest of all Canadians. C-420 makes a number of changes to Canada's labor laws, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on these proposed changes. Among these changes are amendments to the Canada Labour Code relating to occupational health and safety for pregnant and nursing employees. While it was before I took my seat in this House, the suggested change in this section of the Canada Labour Code is a change that has been debated in this Parliament when it considered C-345. That bill, as does a portion of the bill we are studying today, sought to rectify an imbalance that exists for women working in the same province, but under a different jurisdiction. A woman who is pregnant can request modified work in the event that her job may be putting her health or her baby's health at risk. When a workplace cannot be adapted or modified to allow a pregnant woman to work without risk, it might then become necessary for her to preventatively withdraw from work. Some provinces offer a pregnant woman income during a preventative withdrawal, but if a woman working in that same province is employed in a federally regulated industry, they are not eligible for those provincial benefits. Employees under federal jurisdiction can still preventatively withdraw from their work with job protection, but it is unpaid. I am certain that everyone could appreciate that this would be a very difficult decision for an expectant mother to make. There is question of fairness to be considered, given that the employee in a federally regulated position is subject to the same provincial and municipal taxes, but is not eligible for the same benefits in such a case. There is merit to the measure in this bill that would allow the Federal Minister of Labour to negotiate an agreement with the government of the provinces in these cases. As I noted, this measure was debated in C-345, and it had the support of the Conservatives in the House. The bill we are considering today, however, contains much more than just this measure. It includes a measure that would not strike the best balance between workers, unions, employers, and employees. The measure that I'm referring to is, of course, the section of this bill that would make it an offense for employers to hire replacement workers to perform the work of employees who are on strike or locked out. This debate is not a new debate. It is one that has been debated before in this House as well as in other jurisdictions. The only provinces that have adopted and kept this approach to labour laws are Quebec and British Columbia. Because this is not a new idea, it is one that has been studied and evaluated over and over again. Empirical evidence would suggest that there are negative consequences to the imbalance created by banning temporary replacement workers in the event of a labour dispute. These adverse effects impact everyone. It impacts unionized workers, employees, employers, and investors. Banning temporary replacement workers creates a significant imbalance in the process. That imbalance is created because without the ability to hire temporary replacement workers, a business could be significantly challenged in their operations, or they could even be unable to continue operations during a labor dispute. This would result in loss of revenue and profits for that business. Depending on the nature of a business and the competitiveness of the market, a business could even permanently lose customers to a competitor. And despite less productivity, many of a business costs would still remain. A labor dispute can also be devastating for an employee and even their families. But it is necessary to consider that a worker who is not working because of a labor dispute might be provided with strike pay by their union. Alternately, or even in addition, they could even seek temporary employment themselves. That, Madam Speaker, is a clear imbalance. It significantly and arguably unfairly increases the bargaining power of unions. That increased power would expectedly result in higher labor costs, or in other words, a higher share of the company's profits going to unionized workers. The other side of that reality is that there is then a lower return for investors. With that expected outcome, this would discourage investment into the business. Decreased investment is not a gain for unionized workers. Investment is in their interest. Among its benefits, greater investment could net better tools, more innovation, a healthier work environment, or greater market access. That, in turn, would lead the company towards greater productivity. And greater productivity would result in greater profits. That could then result in greater wages or even better job opportunities. That is the power of the market. Unfortunately, this policy that we are considering today in this House would impede that power. It would artificially inflate the wages of unionized workers, resulting in less investment, less economic growth, less jobs, and ultimately, lower wages. It creates a long-term reality where there is no real winner. And as I stated at the outset, any reforms to Canada's labour laws should be done with the goal of creating the best balance of interests. Because labour laws that create balance are in the interests of workers, employees, unions, employers, investors, and ultimately all Canadians, the measure to make it illegal to hire temporary replacement workers in federally regulated industries in Canada is not a balanced approach. And therefore, it is not a win. Madam Speaker, it would inevitably result in some lose-lose situations. That is not in the interest of all Canadians. And I would strongly caution all members of this House in going down that path. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise in this new House. And I'm also very pleased as Labour critic to be able to speak about workers. Today I have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-420. It was tabled by the member for Mirabel. I think when we're talking about the Canada Labour Code, it's always important to speak about the health and safety of workers. Under federal jurisdiction for workers in Quebec, but also for all workers throughout Canada who are subject to the Canada Labour Code. Another important point I would like to make, and this is something that I'm really bothered about, is that we often don't talk about keeping good jobs. We talk about, Bill C-420 talks about health and safety, but it's also talking about good jobs. And there are federal jobs in my riding. There's a tax data center in my riding that has more than 1,000 employees. And they provide service to all citizens. There's even a BSF center in Chicoutimi. These are high-quality jobs. And the Bloc Québécois has to remember that, because for a few days now in the House of Commons and on the social media, I don't see that will to preserve good jobs and to care about those good jobs. In an area like my own, in a riding like Jonquière, it's very important to have good jobs. 1,000 jobs represents 1,000 families. Now, let's come back to this bill, Bill C-420. Actually, it's as if there were 3 bills in one bill, because the NDP actually brought forward bills that reflect what is written in Bill C-420. Number 1, Bill C-234, that I myself had tabled, and it was a bill on the use of scabs. You know, when you're negotiating, unfortunately, often the playing field is not equal, and I'll have an opportunity to talk about that later in my remarks. The second part of the bill is a bill that resembles Bill C-345 that was tabled by my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. That one was proposing changes to the Canada Labour Code for pregnant or nursing women. And the third part of the bill resembles a bill that was brought forward, but that was never debated here in the House. This is a bill that was tabled by Thomas Mulcair, and it called for the application of provisions on the distinct linguistic nature of Quebec that is in the Official Languages Act. There has been a considerable amount of debate about this issue, and I'll have an opportunity to speak further to it. Now, let's come back to the first part of the bill that deals with strikebreakers. It's time that the Canada Labour Code was brought up to date. There's new technology, there are robotics, there's telework, and the Canada Labour Code has to reflect all this. It has to be modernized. It's important to do that to protect workers. You know, when it's time to negotiate, the Canada Labour Code has to be up to scratch. Last November, there was special legislation brought forward right during negotiations. You can't negotiate on an equal playing field when the employer has the right to hire scabs whenever it wants to. And nothing in the Canada Labour Code ensures that there will be no scabs hired. So there are standards that are used in Quebec and in British Columbia, and I don't see why those standards couldn't be used here, couldn't be in the Canada Labour Code. Why not consult workers? Why not consult provinces and bring those standards up to date? Because there are people every day who get up and really do miracles every day in all kinds of jobs. So why don't we show more concern for them by updating the Canada Labour Code? I could talk about this for a long time. But the bill is divided into 3 parts, so I really wanted to be able to speak to protection for nursing or pregnant women. When I myself was a mail carrier, there was nothing at all. I had to put my bag on my shoulder. I was pregnant. I had to go up and down stairs. Yes, it was part of the work, but sometimes when you're pregnant and you're doing high-risk work, there has to be something that ensures that your burden can be somewhat alleviated so that the future mother and child can be protected. Sometimes it's very hard work. Now, it's normal to have a medical certificate, for example, but there should be a way of making the mother and the unborn child safe. But we don't have anything in our code that provides for that. In Quebec, there is such a thing as preventive leave. There should be some sort of provision that allows the Minister of Labour to speak with the province of Quebec so that the mother, for example, who wants to be able to nurse and wants to go back to work, be able to do so. But we need provisions for that. If there were provisions like that, it would make that return to work much easier. Do you know, more and more people are advocating for the return of women to the labor market, but it shouldn't be at the cost of having children. And unfortunately, they often have to choose, Madam Speaker. Here we have an opportunity in the Canada Labour Code and with a bill like the one that was tabled over and over again by my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue to do the work. Now, these have been voted against over and over again in the House of Commons, but we could do that. We could make changes to the Canada Labour Code, and I hope that this time the government will vote in favour of Bill C-420, keeping women in mind, nursing and pregnant women in mind. The Canada Labour Code truly does need to be modernized. Madam Speaker, I'm going to use the time that I have left to speak about the use of the language of work in Quebec. Now, in Quebec, there are two separate regimes for a workplace language, and they apply to different categories of businesses and workers. We have the Official Languages Act that covers all federal institutions, that is, institutions of Parliament and of the Government of Canada. And then there is the Charter of the French language in Quebec, the Charte québécoise, that applies to all workplaces that fall under provincial jurisdiction. Approximately 135,000 employees in some 1,760 businesses work under federal jurisdiction in Quebec. And I think, Madam Speaker, oftentimes there are businesses, for example, that will only produce documents in English. Now, there are employees who also speak English, yes, but it is not normal when there is a worker whose language is French, that they have to read and receive information only in English. So we need to pay close attention to that. And I think that the Canada Labour Code could provide extra protection and could provide more services to Francophone workers in Quebec. As I mentioned, Madam Speaker, the Canada Labour Code needs to be reformed. There have been bills, for example, Bill C-65, that have brought changes. Bill C-420 brings more changes forward. And I hope that the government will consider these to do a proper, in-depth reform of the Canada Labour Code.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to rise and address the House on what are important issues. And there's no doubt what we've seen virtually from day one of this House. We've seen a great deal of effort by the Government of Canada to deal with labor-related issues. And when I say this House, I'm actually referring to the other House, Madam Speaker, prior to us coming in here, the traditional Parliament building and the House of Commons. And I say that because I can recall offhand talking about some of the first pieces of legislation that we introduced after forming government was an attempt to be able to recognize the true value and appreciation of the importance of labor and management relationships. And that is something in which we have never, ever taken for granted here on the government benches. I can recall when we were in the days of being the third party inside the House, when the Conservatives attempted to change legislation, or actually attempted, they were successful at changing labor laws, which many, including myself, had argued through the back door, Madam Speaker, through private members' hour, where we had some members virtually taking the Stephen Harper approach to labor relations, in which we know were not very successful. In fact, I think organized labor as a whole was quite offended by the manner in which the Harper government actually treated labor relations. And that is something that should not come as any surprise to the members opposite. All one has to do is just take a look at some of the negotiations, or lack thereof, negotiations with many of the federal unions, Madam Speaker. You know, well over, you're talking double digits plus in terms of where agreements were never achieved by the Harper government. And we were very successful within a couple of years at achieving many different agreements with our national unions, Madam Speaker. And I think that is something in which does need to be noted. We brought in legislation to reverse some of the wrong-headed legislation that was passed by Stephen Harper in the years prior to us forming government. Legislation that made it more difficult to be able to unionize, for example, and to call into question in which the legislation did in terms of the whole issue of democracy within unions, and how the Conservatives attempted to paint it in a negative light, Madam Speaker. You know, these were the types of things that we were looking at going into the provincial or the federal election, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to say that as a government that we responded very positively to it. You know, members across the way talked about labor in general, and you know, I guess it would have been about a month ago, I think it was, Madam Speaker, I had mentioned about the 1919 general strike in Winnipeg. All members, I suspect, are very familiar with that, and on, I believe it's May 18, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be hosting a very special event in the Ukrainian Labor Temple in Winnipeg's North End on McGregor. And it's to recognize that this historic building in itself, Madam Speaker, where many of the organizers for the 1919 strike actually met and convened, and they talked about the importance of the working person, Madam Speaker, how important it was that our labor movement, even back then, recognized the value of looking for ideas on how it is that we can improve the quality of life for Canadians. Not only just the workers, but even much beyond that, Madam Speaker. And this is something that I think that we need to recognize, is that often when people talk about unions, they think of unions as just sitting at a table and negotiating wages, when in fact it goes far beyond that. We could talk about whether it's the labor conditions or the working conditions of those employees, Madam Speaker, but we can also go much beyond that, I would suggest to you, and talk about many of the social programs that we have today, whether they've been put into place by the national government, the provincial government, or provincial governments or municipal governments. Unions have been at the forefront at advocating strong, healthy programs. All one needs to do as a good example of that is to take a look at the whole pharmacare issue. I've had the opportunity to meet with union reps in regards to their concerns and their lobbying on the pharmacare program. This is something in which one of our standing committees a few years back was looking into, and I believe now we've had more discussion and a lot of advocacy on that file, and a government, and particularly a Minister of Health, that has really taken the issue, and we're hoping to be able to see some advancement of it. And again, it's the labor movement. Now, I say that because at the end of the day, when we have legislation that's affecting labor, one of the most natural questions that could be asked, and unfortunately I really didn't have the opportunity to ask the member across the way, is to what degree he has worked with our unions, not only in one sector, but in other sectors, in particular, not only inside Quebec, but also outside of Quebec. Did the member actually have any discussions? And if so, maybe he could share those discussions or some of the outcomes of those discussions. My colleague from Mount Royal, I thought, really emphasized quite passionately one of the concerns that we would have that have been brought forward through this legislation, and I think that the member from Mount Royal is owed an explanation, a detailed explanation as to why it is the Bloc would be moving in that sort of a direction. You know, when I think of labor legislation, it should be something that is ultimately achieved through consensus building, and you have to work primarily with our union movements, take into consideration and working with management, taking a look at what's in the best interest of providing harmony, Madam Speaker. Because if we're successful at doing that, we will in fact have a healthier economy, Madam Speaker. You know, I don't take it lightly at all. In fact, when I was first elected back in 1988, we had a huge controversial issue called final offer selection. It was something that in which the NDP provincial government had brought into Manitoba. I believe it was in the 80s, Madam Speaker. And what happened was that there was a leader of the Democratic Party that had promised to bring in anti-picket or anti-scab legislation, but once they got into government, backed away from that, but then brought in this other form of arbitration, final offer arbitration, Madam Speaker, or final offer selection. And that was a huge debate. I can remember sitting in the committees in the Manitoba legislature till 2 o'clock in the morning. And we attempted to salvage that legislation, Madam Speaker, as the Conservatives and the NDP fought, one on the management side or the business side, and the other not necessarily taking into consideration of what it is that the businesses were saying. And we actually brought forward amendments that would have saved the legislation, Madam Speaker. We would have still had some sort of final offer selection in the province of Manitoba had they agreed to what it is that the Liberals were suggesting at the time. But the real core of the problem is that whether they were the New Democrats or the Conservatives, is that they didn't work with the stakeholders, Madam Speaker, and as a result, their approach were actually flawed on both sides. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to go into great detail with the current legislation that has been proposed by my Bloc friends, but I suspect in just listening to some of the debate this afternoon that this isn't legislation that has actually been brought forward where you have seen a great deal of consensus building. And whenever you attempt to change legislation where it in fact impact our labor labor relations, you should go out of your way in terms of trying to ensure that it's done in such a way that there's a sense of fairness on both sides, labor and management. And I think that is something in which we have seen, as I say, this government really setting the stage virtually from day one in terms of taking office and recognizing the injustices that were put into place by the Harper regime, by making some changes that were actually very well received. And I see my time has expired, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable. Ces autres? L'honorable député, c'est-tu mon camp? Non. Rivière, La Pointe-de-l'Île. L'honorable député de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for having moved his bill, which is a very important one. In Quebec, there are more than 200,000 workers who are not subject to the Charter of the French language because they work in federally regulated sectors. Contrary to what my colleague opposite said earlier, I would point out that a constituent came to see me. This person worked for a transportation company in a federally regulated sector, and it was impossible for him to work in French. All the documents he received on safety, work-related safety, in English only. He took a number of steps, met with a number of MPs, including Liberals, and was told that the Official Languages Act simply doesn't apply. And we're trying to find some recourse. Bill 101 guarantees the right to work in French. In Quebec, it's the only Francophone state in North America. And the two models, the federal model in the rest of Canada, is such that it's very difficult to obtain services in French. Virtually everything works in English, even in federal institutions. It's where numbers warrant, and sometimes where numbers warrant, there aren't services in French. And we see that there is an assimilation rate of Francophones that increases each time there is a census, and that's predictable because linguistic studies across the world show that systems based on bilingualism, institutional bilingualism, individual rights, as the government is imposing on Quebec, leads to assimilation when it comes to minority languages. And the only places where there are a number of national languages where this isn't the case, it's based on collective territorial rights, like the model under Bill 101 in Belgium, in Switzerland, in Israel. They have very strict language laws, stricter than Bill 101. Bill 101 doesn't ban the speaking of English. It doesn't aim to prevent people from learning a second language. It ensures the future of French in Quebec and the right to work in French, which is very important. Now, in Quebec, I've had to deal with cases where even in federal institutions, workers couldn't work in French. And there was recently a lawyer at the Immigration Tribunal who was prevented from presenting arguments in French, and we had to mobilize. So the right to provide evidence in French. I apologize. I must interrupt the honourable member. He will have 7 minutes remaining the next time this matter is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est la suivante.
Accordingly, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising in late show this evening to address a question I first raised on October 3rd. It relates to not only the threat of climate change, but specifically whether in reviewing the Kinder Morgan pipeline, otherwise known as the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which Canada now owns, in reviewing that expansion, if the Government of Canada would not think it was appropriate to ensure that the climate impacts were also studied while the project has been forced into, one might say, overtime hours, new review, because of the failure of both the federal government and, one should mention, the proponent, Kinder Morgan, in the conduct of the first hearing. So we all know that on August 30th of last year, the permits that were granted to Kinder Morgan were struck down by the Federal Court of Appeal on multiple grounds. Again, failures of the federal government, failures of Kinder Morgan itself. And when I asked the Prime Minister this question, whether it wouldn't be appropriate, now that we're reviewing the project afresh, particularly for its marine impacts and respect for Indigenous nations in this country, that we should do the same thing with Kinder Morgan that the Liberal government did with Energy East, which was to say we want to look at the upstream effects of the project on our greenhouse gas emissions. The Prime Minister's response was essentially that we've already done this. He said direct and upstream impacts were reviewed under our interim principles announced in January 2016. So it's to this so-called inclusion of climate impacts from the interim principles that I'll address my follow-up this evening. Those interim principles, as many members in this place will recall, were to deal with stepping back from the campaign promise that was made by the Prime Minister as the candidate and leader of the Liberal Party in 2015, that no project could be approved based on the flawed process of the National Energy Board, that it was so flawed that you couldn't approve any pipeline through that project. They stepped back from that by saying, well, we're going to go ahead and not restart the process as we promised. We're going to create interim principles. One of those was we're going to look at the climate change impacts. So in November of 2016, a report was released by Environment Canada. It's something around 50 pages. It's not a result of a hearing to which other participants from other organizations, other scientists could testify. They did take written comments. It is wholly inadequate to meet the requirements of 2019 when Kinder Morgan is now being reassessed. And it's inadequate for two reasons. Given that I have less than a minute left, let me just say the two reasons are this. It's outdated. It's outdated, number one, because it was conducted more than 2 years before the IPCC issued its special report on the imperative that we hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius, that we not go above that, and the findings of scientists globally that we cannot afford one more additional piece of fossil fuel infrastructure and hold to 1.5. It's also outdated because the Government of Canada now owns this pipeline and is determined to build it. Now, this is directly relevant to the finding on greenhouse gases in the interim study done by Environment Canada for this reason. They measured it based on market forces. They said if the price of a barrel of oil is below $60, you can't make money on this, so the project won't be built. Oh, but now we're way outside market forces. The Government of Canada inexplicably, monumentally, stupidly, has bought a $4.6 billion pipeline that Kinder Morgan paid $550 million for and is intending to build it no matter whether it makes money or not.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. I listened carefully to her comments. First of all, I want to clarify that our government shares the member's commitment to fighting climate change, and that is why we are putting in place our National Climate Plan, which includes more than 50 commitments designed to fight climate change. As regards the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, as the Prime Minister said in his original response to the member's question at the start of October, the direct and upstream impacts were reviewed under the interim principles that we announced in January 2016. As part of our interim principles for the review of large-scale projects, our government promised to assess the direct and upstream greenhouse gas emissions linked to a project. We kept that promise for the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. Our interim principles were put in place to provide greater certainty for project promoters and in order to restore the confidence of Canadians. Following the decision by the Federal Court of Appeal, we asked the National Energy Board to review its recommendations on the Trans Mountain Expansion project to take into account the impact of marine scoping. In this way, we are following the approach, clearly established approach, put in place by the Federal Court of Appeal in order to move this project forward in the right way. As part of this targeted review, we asked the NEB to take into account our government's efforts to protect the resident South Killer whales through a $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. And in order to ensure that the NEB has the expertise and capacity to take into account all of this evidence in order to provide advice to the government, we appointed a special advisor on maritime issues to support the board. As I mentioned, Madam Speaker, I believe that this is very important work. It is based on work completed and fulfills the shortcomings identified by the Federal Court of Appeal. The objective is to move the project forward in the right way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh, my dear. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you hear my 4-minute, did the honourable member, the parliamentary secretary, hear my 4 minutes in which I went through the same things he talked about and explained why they were completely inadequate, completely outdated, and completely missed the point? The point is this. As Greta Thunberg, the Swedish schoolgirl, has been trying to wake us up to the reality our house is on fire. She says to the elder generation, don't tell me we should have hope. I want you to panic. I want you to feel the fear I fear when I think about my future and how it's disappearing. And if there was ever clearer evidence that this government doesn't understand urgency, it's this debate tonight. The urgency is this. We have to hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We know that. The scientists have told us that. We pledged to do it in Paris. But the document referred to by the parliamentary secretary is out of tune, talking right past that point, deaf, dumb, and blind to urgency.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now that we're just repeating ourselves, I'd like to repeat that the Prime Minister has said that the NEB review is in connection with the recent Court of Appeal decision about the impact of maritime transportation. That's the main subject of this review, to make up for the shortcomings indicated by the Federal Court of Appeal. And as the Prime Minister said, the direct and upstream impacts were examined under the temporary principles that we announced in January 2016. Madam Speaker, our goal is to ensure that the expansion of the Trans Mountain Network goes in the right direction. This is a goal that Canadians in the courts expect us to reach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Speaker, I begin my comments by thanking the councils and the municipalities in my riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke who contacted me to directly question the federal government's mismanagement of labour relations at Canada Post. During question period, I asked the minister responsible for Canada Post a very important, clear, and direct question regarding the democratic process in Canada. My question related to the municipal mail-in ballot many rural municipalities hold in their communities for municipal elections. In an all too familiar pattern that starts with the Prime Minister, the member for Thunder Bay, Superior North, chose to insult the Canadians who live in rural municipalities who use mail-in ballots, who are expressing their concern through me when I asked my question. In classic liberal non sequitur, the government spokesperson on this issue made a confused reference to collective bargaining process. The question from Canadian rural municipalities was asking if the federal government would use tax taxpayer-owned resources to ensure the democratic process in municipalities was not disrupted by the federal government's inability to manage the collective bargaining process with postal workers. This is not the first time the member for Thunder Bay Superior North has insulted Canadians in her role as a Liberal cabinet minister. Many organizations, secular and religious, in my riding and across Canada, were outraged when the member for Thunder Bay Superior North put extreme ideology ahead of common sense by requiring Canada Summer Job applicants to sign an attestation requiring Canada Summer Job Program applicants to hold the same views as a political party in power. Ironically, the minister was trying to hide behind the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms when most reasonable Canadians held the view that making organizations, particularly faith-based organizations, sign such an undertaking to qualify for government funding actually contravened the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The mere fact that this Prime Minister and this Liberal government would force large segments of the Canadian population to be purged from applying to a federal program because they refuse to violate their right to freedom of religion, conscience and expression, which includes not being coerced into something you are fundamentally opposed to, neatly sums up why this government must be defeated. That position is an affront to democracy by insisting that applicants for student summer job grants sign an attestation in support of abortion, the divisive election campaign the Prime Minister is so eager to engage in, if Gerald Butt's tweets are any indication, has already started. In what reasonable Canadians hope was a major backdown, Canadians will not know if that obnoxious requirement was actually changed until they see the list of successful applicants for the 2019 Canada Summer Job season. Question period is the only time Canada's official opposition has the regular opportunity to serve our necessary role in the democratic process to make the government of Canada accountable to Canadians. When the Prime Minister or a representative of his party chooses to avoid accountability, the insult is to all Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and in reply to my colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, she made the reference early on in her comments about collective bargaining, and I know that it's somewhat obscure for a member having gone through 10 years of Stephen Harper government who showed nothing short of disdain for organized labor and collective bargaining in this country while they were in power. And we saw that time and time again. A record 4 times they used back-to-work legislation 4 times in their last Parliament, and there were 2 other occasions that they had it on the shelf. They were ready to pull it off the shelf during labor disputes, and it was pretty much a template for back-to-work legislation. Insert the labor organization here, insert date here when it was going to be when they were going to be legislated back. We saw it time and time again. We saw bills like Bill 377 and Bill C-525. Madam Speaker, might I add that the government that she was part of didn't even have the courage to submit that as a government. They put it through the back door through private members' legislation and brought it to the House to try to put it to organized labor in this country. So yes, we have a different approach to organized labor and to collective bargaining in this. And Madam Speaker, no. That collective bargaining is something that this government believes in, and back-to-work legislation is an absolute last resort. We know that Canada Post and CUP W had been in negotiations for over a year. There was no sign of a settlement. There was no indication that a settlement could be reached. So we had time and time again sent in mediators, arbitrators, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, we know that the rotating strikes that were being undertaken were hurting the Canadian economy. And we knew that we had to take action to make that situation right. CFIB identified in a survey that they had done that it impacted almost 2/3 of Canadian businesses. And during that critical time of the year, I know in my own riding of Cape Breton-Canso, I had businesses who pretty much make their stake between November and Christmas in the export sector. Madam Speaker, they were being impacted not just by delays in the mail, but the uncertainty that was being created around the rotating strikes. And that's why we ended up taking the initiative and, as a last resort, tabling back to work legislation. Madam Speaker, we know that the piece of legislation that we tabled was considerably different than the legislation that was tabled by the past Conservative governments, where they actually, there was a prescription for a resolution. What we did, we put in a mediator, arbitrator, that would look at factors around health and safety issues, gender parity on wages. Madam Speaker, those were issues that we felt were imperative, and that's where the situation lies now, in the hands of that of Elizabeth McPherson. Madam Speaker, we thought it was the best way forward, not just for the corporation, not just for the workers, but Madam Speaker, for all Canadians. Thank you.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I take my role to encourage openness and transparency in the Canadian democratic process very seriously. In fact, as a consequence of my concern about openness and transparency in the democratic decision-making process, I'm proud to confirm that tomorrow, during private members' business, the House will be discussing my private members' bill, Bill C-278, an act to amend the Lobbying Act, for greater transparency in reporting on foreign income for lobbyists. I encourage Canadians watching this debate to tune in tomorrow while Bill C-278 is being debated. I invite the government's representative to take this opportunity right now to apologize to all Canadians with a promise to do a better job of answering their questions and concerns when a member of the official opposition asks a question on their behalf.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would have hoped that that member across, my colleague across, who I've spent a fair amount of time in this House with, I thought she might have taken the opportunity to apologize to organized labor in this country for the affront that they placed on them over the 10 years while they were in power, for the disregard that they showed collective bargaining in this country over their 10 years in power. Madam Speaker, we believe in a tripartite approach to labor relations. We believe in collective bargaining, and Madam Speaker, that's how we'll go about our business as long as we're in government. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supply management in Quebec makes up 60% of agricultural production. It's absolutely crucial to 6,900 dairy, egg, and poultry producers, many of whom would not be able to work and meet their needs without it. From an economic point of view, I wonder how the government can, with a clean conscience, how can they abandon our local producers to the benefit of U.S. mega farms or European or Asian farmers? The agreement with the United States and Europe and the Trans-Pacific Partnership will trade away almost 10% of the Canadian agriculture market, including dairy farmers, and will trade it away to non-Canadians. The Prime Minister was in my riding in January and said that to concerned producers that they would be compensated. I have to say I'm very skeptical about that. Let's remember that when it comes to market access, concessions under these agreements make up or amount to losses of about $450 million for dairy alone, or $41,000 rather for each and every farm. Given the uncertainty, many farmers have delayed making investments they wanted to make to modernize their equipment. Given what we've given away with the European trade agreement, 17,000 tons of cheese that will be allowed to flood in from Europe. That's 25% of our market. And meanwhile, the government is allowing European producers to get richer, and our farmers are taking to the streets to express their discontent. But since they're not being heard, I'm going to repeat what they've said. A farmer from my riding, Jacinthe-Gilbert, said that this will be 1 month of lost income per year because of this bad agreement. She says that in addition to the losses caused by NAFTA 2.0 by the Liberals, the bills are still coming in and the situation is dire. And this is the message we're hearing all across the country from the public health standpoint. I wonder how the government can abandon Canadians by allowing quality standards to drop so low. This is the message we're hearing from all across the country. By not requiring for mutual standards, reciprocal standards, we're allowing imports that are lower quality to flood our market. Given the growth hormones used in the United States, which can give rise to serious bovine diseases, and knowing that from farm to farm they use these growth hormones differently, how can the government ensure that this milk will not come into the Canadian market? The government won't be able to do that. And from a social and regional development point of view, I'm wondering how the government can abandon our rural regions so freely. As you know, supply management allows for increased land use, and this is vital to our regions. With these looming concessions, only a few farms in Quebec will be strong enough to survive. Is the government going to do something to fight socioeconomic decline in some of our regions? I don't think so. When I hear the member for Laurentides-Labelle saying there's always a risk of losing farmland and some farmers, is that it? Are we just supposed to resign ourselves and trade away market share to the Americans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Agriculture Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It's a beautiful riding where there's very diverse agricultural production. The Government of Canada fully supports dairy, egg, and poultry producers in Canada, as well as our supply management system. Dairy producers and processors, as well as egg and poultry producers and processors, contribute to many other industries, help support local economies, and create prosperous and dynamic rural communities. Promoting trade and maintaining our supply management system are not mutually exclusive. We have just entered into two of the biggest trade deals in Canadian history, with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada deal and the Trans-Pacific deal, the CPTPP, and our agreement with the European Union has also entered into force. All of this benefits the Canadian economy, our agriculture and agri-food industries, and farmers. And we've done that while at the same time protecting supply management. The United States did everything they could to try to dismantle our system, but we managed to protect it and defend it. The USMCA maintains the three pillars of supply management: production control, price control, and import control. The provisions on transparency are a common element in trade deals, and they in no way compromise Canadian sovereignty, nor do they interfere with Canada's ability to change our milk classes as we see fit. These provisions are not unilateral. The USMCA requires Canada and the United States to publish, notify, and consult on the various aspects of milk classes. The government unreservedly supports our dairy egg and poultry industries, and we will work together to evaluate the impacts of the USMCA on these industries in order to soften the blow resulting from a more open dairy, egg, and poultry market. We have repeatedly said that we would fully and fairly compensate those affected by the trade deal. To that end, the government has recently formed working groups with dairy, egg, and poultry producers to discuss these new trade deals and come up with strategies together to help producers adapt, innovate, and remain competitive. These working groups will meet regularly. They're making great progress. We're looking forward to come back and talk about the results of their work. And I'd like to repeat, the NDP leader said that it was a good deal under the circumstances. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. In their defense, the Liberals say they defended and protected supply management. Are we supposed to be happy that it's not completely dead? Get serious. And in order to compensate those affected, what are they proposing? A draw, a compensation lottery. Of course, the NDP, of course, producers will participate in these working groups, but they can't wait for the results of that before investing. Once again, this is all rhetoric. The fact is that producers can see the impact on their farms. 2 weeks ago, I was at an agricultural fair, and thousands of farmers came to Saint-Hyacinthe, and for 3 days I was able to discuss with a number of them, and they are still hopping mad. It's important to realize how after deal, the situation for our family farms is being undermined. Will the government recognize the economic importance of the agriculture and agri-food industries and not just compensate them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I repeat, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement maintains the 3 pillars of supply management. The government understands the importance of agricultural trade and agri-food for our economy and jobs. Our negotiators worked hard to promote Canadian agriculture's interests at the bargaining table. Defending supply management did not prevent Canada from entering into these trade deals. These deals have been working well for a number of years, and they're beneficial for the Canadian economy. And I can assure you that we protected and defended and will continue to protect and defend supply management. The government has undertaken to work with the dairy, egg, and poultry industries to determine the best steps to take to make sure that these industries remain strong, fairly compensated, dynamic, and innovative from one end of the supply chain to the other. We have called upon producers to help us develop adaptation strategies and fair compensation packages. Pursuant to the standing orders, I declare the ballot on Bill C-421, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec. I declare the vote ended.
Now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.